Madam Clerk, call the meeting to order. Call the roll call.
Will the board members who are present please respond? Mrs. Stoll?
Here.
Mr. Barlow?
Here.
Mrs. Gibson?
Here.
Mr. Young?
Here.
Ms. Cosby? Mrs. Burke? Ms. Owen?
Here.
Dr. Sapine? Mrs. Page?
Here.
You have a form, Madam Chair, and our interpreter present.
Hola, si alguien necesita intérprete, por favor déjanos saber. If anyone needs an interpreter, please let us know. And just want to say it was a great honor to be at the BUU ceremony on Saturday with assisting 4 of our Hispanic parents whose children received scholarships as well. So it was a great event.
Thank you, Gracia. And also for the record, Ms. Burke has informed me that she is under the weather. Next item.
The next item is 1.02, Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence.
Ms. Gibson, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Next item.
The next item is 1.03, adoption of the agenda, and I do have some changes. We have recognitions that we need to add. We are moving item 4.06, which is an action item for petty cash and credit cards, to 3.03. We are removing item 5.02, which is to receive room for RPS project goals. And we are moving item 5.04 up to 5.01, an update on rezoning. Those are the only changes. Thank you. Project plans for 5.02 is what we're removing.
Need a motion? Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to add a couple other things. I'd like to include an agenda item to discuss the possibility of repurposing or closing Bellevue Elementary and Elkhart Thompson School. And I'd like that one to be before the rezoning discussion. And then a board business item to discuss our policy 1-6.2, agenda preparation and dissemination, and policy 8-2.4, student attendance and absences truancy. Thank you.
Need a motion?
That was a motion, right? Oh, so moved.
Need a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Mr. Barlow and seconded by Ms. Gibson to amend the agenda as presented. Amend.
To approve the amended agenda.
That's what I was doing.
Approve the amended agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda has been approved as amended. Next item.
The next item is item 1.04, and it's to approve the minutes of the September 3rd board meeting, the special meetings of September 4th and 5th, and September 9th, and those minutes were distributed. The edits that I received were made, and they were redistributed, and they were also posted to board docs. I have not received any other changes to the minutes.
Need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Barlow and seconded by Ms. Owen to receive the minutes as amended. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
And let the record reflect you've been joined by Dr. Sapini and, Ms. Cosby.
So the minutes, we have been approved as amended. Next item,
The next item is the recognitions, that were added. And this evening, we have a few recognitions, from the VSBA. They are recognizing board members for their recognizing members for their commitment to effective school board governance through their participation in the VSBA School Board Academy. And certificates this evening go to Mrs. Burke. She received an award of achievement. Mrs. Dorr, an award of recognition. Mrs. Page, an award of recognition. Dr. Sapini, an award of achievement. And myself, award of recognition.
board members, I'd like to congratulate you on your accomplishment. Virginia School Board Association, the support of our professional development, being a good board member, understanding roles and responsibilities. So again, I would like to congratulate anyone that has received recognition tonight. Next item.
The next item is public information. I do have several persons who have signed up in accordance with your bylaws. What is your pleasure, Madam Chair?
To call the individuals that have signed up, and if there are individuals in the audience, please come forward. At this time, sign in and state your name. If you are speaking as an individual, you have 3 minutes. If you are speaking on behalf of an organization, you have 5 minutes. And if you're speaking on behalf of the organization, if you have 1 representative. So Madam Clerk, can you call the individuals that have signed up in advance?
Mr. Bodecker? Mr. Bodecker? Ms. Wallace?
Good evening. My name is Lavanya Wallace, and I'm a current resident of the First District and a former 12-year resident of the Fifth District. I'm here tonight to express my concerns with the current proposals on pairing and rezoning. I've had an opportunity to join several meetings with my school board representative, Ms. Dorr. I've had an opportunity to hear from Superintendent Cameras. I've had an opportunity to hear from Cropper and other SB members, along with citizens and friends of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th districts. I was born in Richmond City. I attended elementary school 1st through 4th grade. From my 3rd grade year, there was a shortage of teachers. Therefore, I was forced to attend a combined 3rd and 4th grade class at Bellevue Model School. This problematic learning environment forced my mother to make the difficult decision to move our family to Henrico County, where I finished my K-12 education. She wanted to ensure that I had a more stable learning environment. After I finished my K-12 education in Henrico County, I returned to the city to attend VCU. And since graduating from VCU, I've resided most of my adult life in the city. I have a son who will hopefully attend Milford Elementary School in the fall of 2020, and I have a daughter that's 2 years behind him in age. I believe in integration. I believe that all children at RPS deserve the opportunity for a good education. I'm also someone who believes in doing their homework and research to ensure that I'm making informed decisions. As such, I'm disappointed in the current process, the limited research, and lack of details and accurate financial data related to the current proposals for pairing and rezoning process. To be clear, I'm not speaking about the necessary rezoning that must take place to fill the new schools. That work needs to be done so that we can improve the educational environment for those students as soon as possible. And while I'm fortunate to attend school board meetings and community discussions, I still believe that we've failed communicating as a community as a whole. There are several community members and stakeholders across RPS that are unaware that this process is taking place. I continue to mostly learn about these updates through Facebook. And I was under the impression over the summer that we would begin to receive robocalls, and tonight was the first robocall that we received. These decisions impact the entirety of the RPS community, and every effort to communicate as widely as possible, as soon as possible, and for as long as reasonably necessary should be part of the process. There are 19 of 44 schools within RPS that are fully accredited. The majority of these schools require significant facility improvements to ensure that our children have a healthy, clean, and safe learning environment. Our focus should be reducing the massive overcrowding in the south side of the city, improving our current facilities, making sure teachers and administrators have the tools to do their job. Proposals to pair the schools that will cost millions of dollars that we do not have, requires a sophisticated implementation strategy that we do not have, and does nothing to entice people to become members of the RPS community. This will result in us losing more families to the counties or private schools. This is not a plan that I can support, and nor should you. Our children deserve a plan that will take RPS into the future. One that has been proven to be successful, such as the creation of magnet schools and or language immersion programs. If implemented properly, these programs create and foster diversity, parental involvement, and will organically improve overcrowding that exists within many RPS schools. As a minority living in the 1st District, I've found our neighbors to be welcoming, helpful, caring, and considerate people. I'm confident in saying that they care about the needs of all of RPS children, not just their own. I would strongly encourage RPS to do a better job of engaging our own citizens, communicating, and making thoughtful, well-organized decisions that benefit RPS as a whole. Otherwise, I fear that these policies that are not fully considered will force other families to make the same decisions my mother made. Thank you.
Thank you. Members in the audience, we would appreciate if you show support by waving your hands versus clapping. Thank you.
Ms. Love? Ms. Love?
That concludes the list of speakers who signed up.
So again, if we have members in the audience that would like to speak at this time, please do so at this time. Sign in, state your name. Speaking as an individual, 3 minutes. Speaking on behalf of the organization, 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Treadway. I didn't come here tonight to speak on the Coliseum. However, I wanted to make it clear that I'm wearing red in solidarity against this project. I devote a lot of my time to advocating for funding for our schools, and that the evidence is clear that this project would hurt school funding. I hope you, as our school leadership, will stand with us in speaking against it. Tonight, I wanted to speak about the Dream for RPS strategic plan. I've been an RPS teacher for 16 years, and over that time, I've seen many friends and colleagues leave RPS for other districts or other professions. We all know that high turnover rates negatively impact student achievement, so I was glad to see teacher retention included in the plan. After reading the summary presentation this weekend, I wanted to ask the school board and the administration to expand the scope on how goal number 4 is measured and reported. I'm hoping you all will consider the following. Number 1, ensure all principals are administering the annual teacher staff survey found on pages 26 through 28 of the Principal Performance Evaluation System. This policy became effective on July 1st, 2013, and says principals are supposed to administer the survey annually. Unfortunately, this is not happening. Number 2, expand the teacher survey to include all building leaders such as assistant principals and dean of students. Number 3, use the intent to return forms issued to RPS staff and the teacher staff survey results to help identify schools that are experiencing high turnover rates. Number 4, make sure exit tickets are given to every RPS staff member who chooses to leave RPS. Number 5, expand teacher retention data and school satisfaction results to include a school-by-school level breakdown instead of limiting the data to a district level. This would allow individual schools to be identified for high turnover rates and school satisfaction improvement. As the Dream for RPS Goals and Targets summary presentation states, there is a wealth of research pointing to the relationship between school climate, school leadership, and teachers' decisions to stay in or leave their teaching profession or teaching position. I urge you to widen your scope of data collection and reporting it to include breakdowns on the school-by-school basis. This will allow you to see a clearer picture of the building's school climate and culture and possibly highlight how it is affecting teacher attrition in specific buildings. Thank you for taking the time to listen, and I look forward to the discussion tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, school board. My name is Brendan Noggle. Thank you for listening today. I'm a health-based researcher for 15 years. I've used GIS for 7 of those 15, and I've tried my best to use evidence-based decision-making for all those 15 years. I have some concerns I'll share with you tonight about how GIS and evidence are being used to influence some of the aspects of the rezoning, especially some of the pairing options. So I prefer neighborhood schools, and I like to improve learning and determinants of learning for all the students in Richmond. But back to GIS. GIS is a tool for managing spatial data. It gives us the opportunity to see how topics are related to geographic locations. So I've used GIS in the past with public health to show things like how many cancers there are in an area and what are the social or demographic factors associated with the residents of that area. So I mapped the health outcomes, looked for significant clusters. We identified a cluster, then we perform an investigation or recommend some sort of intervention. So GIS can be a great tool for examining school utilization. You can even measure the amount of resources if it's geographically related to learning outcomes. Identify areas that have generally different learning outcomes, but generalizations can lead to a loss of information. It can't tell you what to do to improve the learning outcomes. Might an area need more resources? GIS can't tell you that. The intervention step is where you and other experts come in to make smart decisions based on research and evidence, not opinions or feelings. I feel like Proper GIS has done a good job at creating creative maps. But I don't see them as an expert in facilitating diverse neighborhoods or improving learning outcomes. We need evidence-based decision-making about sound educational practices from experts so that we can make smart decisions and spend our resources wisely. One of the issues I come across all the time is something called confirmation bias. It's the tendency to interpret new information in a way that conforms to our existing beliefs. One of the things we have to do is make sure evidence applies to our situation and not that we really just want it to apply to our situation. I've seen confirmation bias and other psychological biases emerge in conversations face-to-face, but also in social media, and I have no doubt that that the rezoning options are biased at some level. Making an analogy for mapping cancer clusters, rezoning, and pairing, if we identified learning outcomes are different in different areas, then we should come up with a thoughtful plan for improving learning, or even better, the determinants related to learning. I wouldn't just move people around or move my geographical boundaries to make a cancer cluster go away. I'd address the causes of the cancer to the best of my ability, but it's a shame that that's the much harder way to do it. So please consider the appropriate uses and limitations of GIS, and also consider gathering information that supports both sides of the viewpoints. We have real work to do to change determinants of learning outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Kristen Reed. I'm here to speak about the Coliseum redevelopment plan, but first I want to express my support for the RPS bus drivers who are in the room today and here to express concern about missing and late payments. It concerns me that we are a city that has money for Coliseum redevelopment plans and not money for the workers who take our kids safely to and from school every day. So this project lies on tax increment financing district, which would, if passed, freeze over 80 blocks of downtown real estate revenue for 30 years. Just to put that into perspective, I will be 72 years old when this tax increment district is ended. This would redirect all increased revenue away from our general fund and towards a risky redevelopment scheme. TIF districts have a documented record of defunding public school districts. This happens in 2 ways. First, the value of frozen tax baseline is eroded by inflation and population expansion. And second, the state funding formula for public education, which relies on the yearly increase in property values to estimate local responsibility for funding. The compounded effects of these 2 avenues of defunding can be seen nationally. In the city of Chicago, teachers have just voted to strike later this month in response to austerity measures following the establishment of TIF districts to accelerate redevelopment. In 2017, real estate revenue in Chicago reached record levels while public schools appealed to the state government for a bailout. In the neighboring state of Indiana, research calculates TIF districts have cost public schools the funding equivalent of 2,400 teachers per year. In 2018, Baltimore city officials were forced to appeal to the state government for a bailout to avoid $300 million in losses to public schools as the result of the use of a TIF district to redevelopment its waterfront. TIF districts have proved so harmful to public schools that the state of Florida has crafted policy to ensure that school revenue is exempted from TIF revenue collection. TIF districts have proved so harmful to public services and have caused so much state-level demand to make up for lost revenues at the municipal level that the state of California has revoked all local authority to use TIF districts to finance redevelopment. Elected officials nationally are backing away from TIF districts as a tool for funding redevelopment. And those officials in Baltimore who approved the Port Covington deal found themselves voted out of office upon the impact of, once the impact of school funding came clear. And in fact, in Richmond, all of our current 5th District City Council candidates have stated explicit opposition to the project as it is formulated currently.
30 seconds.
Our school board is tasked with standing up for public schools and public school funding, not supporting projects that set the stage to harm our schools while promising to do the opposite. I want to thank Kenny Gibson for her clear opposition to this deal and encourage other school board members to do the same. Oppose the use of TIF financing to redevelop downtown. Demand our elected officials fund our schools through progressive taxation at the state level. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessica, and I'm an elementary school teacher in Richmond Public Schools, and I'm also a resident of the 4th District. I'm also here to talk about the Coliseum, and I would also like to express my support for the bus drivers who are standing back there. It makes me even more infuriated about this project that there are people back there that have not been paid, and that we are trying to decide on some fancy Coliseum project. I'm here to ask the school board to formally denounce the plan and for the Coliseum and actively fight for actually funding our public schools. The funding for our public schools that is quote unquote promised to be seen through the Coliseum is actually a non-binding resolution, and the resolution is to direct half of the excess revenue to the schools. So if you care about our students or the community or the bus drivers or like me as a teacher or our students, you don't need to listen to that argument again to know that this is just a fancy way of saying that there's no guarantee that we're going to see any of this money. And as you all already know, that we are severely underfunded. If you decide to endorse the plan for the Coliseum, you're telling your voters that you don't care for us or our public schools. Instead of setting aside money that will heighten income inequality under the guise of what can only honestly be described as trickle-down funding, I urge you to turn down corporate greed and stand up for the people of Richmond. Take an active stand against this ridiculous proposal. I urge you to issue a public statement of opposition and fight for directly funding our schools and our teachers and the rest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Previous school board, my name is David Jones, president and founder of the Jones Foundation. I'm moving a little quick tonight because I got a couple things I need to get off my chest. Let's go with the good news first and then the second news. Good news, we should have a date for the third Queen City Summit coming up this week that we will get to you as soon as possible. As soon as we know, you will know. Our construction coming down on a construction company with a partner with the city for any 18-year-olds and older that's RPS students or our RPS students who can receive jobs, construction jobs and other jobs that the city will actually walk them through the process, pay for their training, and do whatever else they need to do to be successful in the city. Thirdly, I mentioned it to you a couple weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, the city championship game. I've spoke with PHSL several times now, and at my understanding, by speaking with them and voicemails I have, after December 14th, it's up to you. If it's okay with your school board, superintendent, for us to have a city championship game, the first ever in the city of Richmond, it will be done. The Job Foundation is partnering with a lot of businesses, from Kroger to Kickers to a lot of other organizations to make this event happen. It will be a football game Friday, hopefully the 21st, then we have a black tie fair dinner that Saturday, and then we got church service that Sunday. So it's a whole weekend plan for RPS and our kids. So hopefully very prayerfully that will come about. Now, to the concern was, y'all already know I've been up here many times about coaching in this city and what we do and how we choose our coaches and what we do. The Jar Foundation provides Gatorades and protein bars for our cheerleaders during the game, during the course of the year. Friday, not last Friday, Friday before last, I was at a football game, RPS football game, and I seen a young man get knocked cold out on the field for 5 minutes, did not move. His parents on the field. Within 5 minutes, that young man got to the sideline, he was back in the football game. When and where did that happen? How bad do you really want to win that you would put that young man back in the game with minutes left in the game? That's a coaching decision. It has nothing to do with the trainer, nothing to do with the parent. That coach has every right to say you are not going back in the game. But he wanted to win. And he won by 3. And I'm not going to say the team and I'm not going to say the coach, because if you want to know, you can ask me personally, and I say it's on film. It's on film. Every football game is filmed, so it's on film. That disgusted me, because he really doesn't understand how much that's going to impact that young man in the future. But I do, because I've seen it year after year. So concerningly, like I said, that's just something I felt like the board needs to know. Lastly, I consider each of you friends of mine. I consider each of you hardworking people that put up with a lot and does a lot for this city and for this community. So as a friend, I'm gonna just give you this. You should address the dress code before it addresses you. If you don't believe me, go to the city high school to see how these young ladies are coming into these schools. And young men, not just young ladies, these young men as well, with their pants basically down. So we can either make it real simple and go back to what the dress code was, or we're gonna suffer the consequences later. I promise you. It's gonna bite you before the school year is over. You can see it. It's appalling. It's appalling. No young lady, I don't care who her parents is, mother or father, should be able to come into a school like that. You can't go to work like that, so you shouldn't be able to come to school like that. So like I said, as a friend to a friend, address the dress code before it addresses you. Have a blessed evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Superintendent Mr. Jason Cameras, Dr. Shadi Harris, school board members, and everyone assembled. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Sheila Dudley, and this is my daughter, Asia Dudley. Asia is a 9th grade student at Huguenot High School, and Asia represents RPS. How does Asia represent RPS? Asia attended Elizabeth D. Red Elementary School from Head Start to 5th grade. As a 5th grader, Asia received the Principal's Award from Dr. Sherry Carey. Asia attended Lucille Middle School from 6th grade to 8th grade. While in middle school, Asia participated in the Next Step program, which she is now a volunteer for. Asia was selected to visit the Virginia State Capitol. She also received a letter from Mrs. Betsy B. Carr of the House of Delegates of Virginia for being a scholar student. As a high school student, Asia is a member of the FCCLA and a member of the Leaders Program through the YMCA. She is also a cheerleader for Huguenot High School. Over the summer, Asia worked as a counselor in training through the Mayor's Youth Academy program. Last week, Asia was accepted into the Mayor's Youth Academy Future Leaders Youth Council program. And lastly, one of my favorites, Asia is one of the 50 RPS students to receive a full academic scholarship to Virginia Union University. Under the VUU is RBA program. What a blessing. I would like to say thank you to our entire RPS family, Superintendent Mr. Jason Cameron, Dr. Shadi Harris, Mr. Grady Hart, the school board members, the teachers, coaches, counselors, bus drivers, and Virginia Union University for the love, the support, and for giving Asia and our family this wonderful, wonderful opportunity. We are truly grateful and thankful to be a part of the RPS family. And this is how Asia represents RPS. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alan Chivick. It's great to I represent Initiatives for Change. I would like to first say thank you to Superintendent Cameron and Dr. Harris for inviting our organization to participate in the Southeast Gun Violence Town Hall and really provide a healing environment there. I am here tonight to speak about some genuine concerns about the impact of what TIF financing would do to Richmond Public Schools as it is attached to the part of the Coliseum redevelopment plan. If I may, I have some reports I'd like to hand out. I don't know if you guys do this here. I'm the city council person. Thank you. I just ventured to Baltimore, Maryland on Friday to speak with the city council president staff there as they are kind of coming after the aftermath of several TIF districts such as Port Covington project, the Under Armour project, and it has left them in quite a desperate situation. The General Assembly had to pass about $300 million to hold them over while they try to adjust the state funding formulas. I believe Kristen brought this up as well. So there are two ways that TIF financing negatively affects school districts. On the local level, if the locality does not agree to reserve the right to adjust the base assessed value each year, then whatever inflation or cost and appreciation is captured by the TIF district, and then either cuts have to be made or taxes have to be raised to make up that difference. That is a term called the eroding tax base that is founded by David Merriman, also now Congressman Mike Quigley from Chicago talks about how they're failure to reserve that. I brought this concern up to Mayor Stoney and his chief of staff as well, and they have not put in that safeguard measure, so I'm very concerned about that. Also on the state funding level, on our state composite index and the local composite index, property values make up about 50% that determines how much funding the localities receive. I've spoken with a fiscal analyst who was the best that they could do with private information as a private citizen. The estimates are about that with the development happening within that 5-year period, it would cost Richmond Public Schools $3.8 million a year, with $96 million over the project lost as is. In your report, you will see several longitudinal studies that also show different safeguards. So, for example, Nashville is trying to move towards this now because they've had TIF districts in there as well. But there are actually states, I believe Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania allows for their school board to actually opt out to having their portion of what would go to the general fund from going to the TIF district as well. There are lots of safeguards that are in place. These are things that are being seen nationwide. Maryland right now is actually moving. The Speaker of the House, Adrian Jones, is actually looking to see how many types of tax subsidies, such as enterprise tax zones, tax increment financing zones, that they can actually remove or discontinue. California actually discontinued that due to the impact that it had on schools. I also learned during my trip to Baltimore that due to the concern of it and people not having a listening ear, that the Maryland ACLU actually the Maryland ACLU actually sued the city and the city council due to the lack of due diligence concerning this. And if they had listened to them in 2016, they would not have been in the situation that they are in today. I'm not here to speak on the personal intents of people that are proposing this, but I do want to say that I believe it is our responsibility to do our due diligence and examine the impact in surrounding cities in similar situations. And I just ask that you would consider this information and to not proceed with TIF financing as a portion of the redevelopment program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emma Clark. Before I speak on the Coliseum, I also wanted to express my support for the bus drivers who are here this evening.
I know districts across Virginia are recognizing that we have to find a way to better support our support staff, or we lose them. So I'm not here actually to speak tonight to convince you all not to support this development proposal, because at this point I assume that you all have done your research. You know that this deal has been rife with corruption. You know that a TIF is not designed to hoard the wealth of a full 70 blocks of the city beyond the area that's actually being developed. You know that the success of this project is banking on optimistic economic growth at a time when almost every economist is projecting that we will hit an economic downturn. So I'm assuming that you all trust those predictions in the same way that I assume you believe in climate change. This project has already led to the proposed demolishment of the homes of RPS's most vulnerable families, the closing of the social services office that they depend on. And if you don't understand that this project is a particularly vicious and a heartless form of aggressive gentrification, then you are willfully ignorant. So I won't stand tonight and ask you to say that you don't support this project if you already do. I want to speak to those of you whose conscience is tugging at you. I want to speak to those of you who have a sense and a heart to know the harm that this will do to poor families in Richmond. And I want to ask those of you who understand to speak up. Because if you are just quietly disagreeing with this, it's not enough. We need you to lead. We need to know that just like you were proud to stand beside us when we marched for funding in January, you will stand beside us now against something that's going to harm funding, the little funding that we already have. Because we need you standing up against this now a lot more than we needed you in January. We need you to stand beside us writing op-eds to counter those that Dominion has already funded to support this project. We need you speaking out at press conferences, lobbying the mayor and city council, speaking at public comment against this in City Hall. We need you to release personal statements against the project and spread awareness about the information that was just presented to you on social media. Funding for our schools is being threatened, and the families of RPS are threatened by this project. You are an elected official who ran to stand for these families, and we need you to speak in opposition to this now. Many people who will suffer the most from this project don't have significant voice, but you all have a lot of power from these seats. Because of the actions of Mr. Cameron Smith-Pittsburgh and this page standing in support of this project already, it is assumed that you as a board are already in support of this project. So if you don't stand to say in your opposition to it, then you're supporting what the mayor said when he said that despite public opposition, this project is going to happen anyway. If it is truly, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please be reminded that if you want to show a sign of support, wave your hand so we can be respectful of everyone that is here to speak, regardless of their opinion. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Kinnear. Dear School Board Representative to Mr. Cameron. I am an RPS parent speaking before you today with concern about the current rezoning proposal. Let me first be clear in vocalizing that there is no dispute over the need to rezone to utilize the new schools currently under construction. There is also no dispute over recognition of the inequities that currently exist in Richmond Public Schools or the desire to address the inequities in a thoughtful, evidence-based, fiscally responsible manner. My ask today is that you consider voting against any current pairing or clustering plans at this time. This is not because I am anti-integration or because I dispute the benefits of schools mirroring our greater world in terms of diversity. In fact, I believe the opposite, but I do not feel that funneling close to $800,000 plus per pair yet to be procured dollars into a pairing concept of 2 to 3 already thriving, accredited schools does anything to help the 24 RPS schools that are currently without accreditation. I believe in resources first. All of our children deserve the same opportunities, access to resources, and energies from our teacher and staff. Mr. Cameron has stated that he intends for all schools to be accredited by the start of the 2023-2024 school year. I understand that this is not easy. In addition to SOL performance and other academic metrics, I understand that in areas there are tremendous hurdles of poverty, access to basic needs, and other resources. Let's spread our money and our energy across our schools. Let's begin with tactics that might include amending open enrollment or lottery options, Let's talk with and learn from districts who have similarly implemented plans to increase integration and diversity. Let's continue to build this community together. Let's include all areas of the city and involve all stakeholders, not just the ones who can attend the meetings. Let's invest in our teachers and staff so that they don't want to leave RPS. Let's invest in our bus drivers and recognize that they transport our most precious cargo every single school day. Let's study and learn and back our next steps with time, money, transparency, and research. Let's do this because we believe in every child having access to a great education. And in 2023, when all schools are accredited and we've spent the 4 years investing resources into all of our schools and working with our neighbors and building faith in the administration, and have continued telling our friends and neighbors how great RPS really is, then let's put our research into action and take our next steps to further increase all kinds of diversity. Please consider tabling all pairing and clustering initiatives that currently involve 3 thriving West End fully accredited schools, and instead focus the time, energy, and available resources on bringing up the other 24 schools without as many resources. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, School Board, and Superintendent Cameras. My name is Molandra Coleman, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Richmond Education Association. First of all, I want to say this evening that I am glad to be seated with our RPS Transportation Department, and not just to be seated with, but to stand in solidarity with them. I am confident, and I say this with full faith and belief, that the administration will continue to support our Transportation Department as we seek to make sure their wages are fair. My second point, I am pleased to support that REA board member, Carrie Treadway, this evening as she talked about teacher retention. I'm also excited to share that I have talked with the chief of staff in terms of the REA working hand in hand as it relates to goal 6 of the strategic plan. Third, I'd like to share that today I learned definitively that 28 to 33% of RPS employees are REA members. We are very excited about that fact, but of course we look forward to making that number even higher in the months to come. And fourth and finally, our next REA meeting, Richmond Education Association meeting, will be at Franklin Military Academy. It'll be 5 p.m. It'll be next Tuesday as opposed to next Monday because there is district-wide professional development on that day. Richmond Franklin Military Academy is at 701 North 37th Street. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Deanna Farrow and I'm a Virginia educator and a Richmond Public Schools parent. So besides all the things that I do to keep busy and help my community stay informed, this weekend on Saturday morning on social media group that Latinx families have for RPS, parents shared a letter that went home to students last week, and the letter stated that the school board had adopted a new attendance policy effective September 30th. And it also stated that 5 tardies would equal an absence, and that if a student arrives after 9:50, this student would be marked absent for the remainder of the school day. Of course, I looked at the policy just to make sure that I hadn't missed it with being here at the meetings. But as expected, that's not our policy, and also that that policy that they were talking about was from June 2014, so it's outdated. I want to thank Carrie Hughes, though, for jumping in on the conversation on Facebook to assure that the 5 tardies rule was not correct, and for sharing that he would speak to that school leader, and also to Linda for jumping on and letting the public know where that information is. Thank you for coming to us where some of our families communicate. But my biggest concern is that speaking to admin school leaders who reached out to me is that they were told that while the 5 tardies is not quite true, and some said it was, the 9:50 rule is true. So they had been told from a letter from the administrative team to document students as absent for the remainder of the day if they show up at 9:50. My first concern was for students that are in open enrollment or students that use a GRTC to get to schools. So I had this experience when I worked at Albert Hill. I had a student who used to ride GRTC and he would sometimes show up late because that's what happens with public bus service sometimes. Now, I would be concerned for a high schooler who has the same situation and gets marked absent for the rest of the day, and then loses credit because they're not getting that time in the classes. Now, while the 5 tardies, yes, it's not true, it is posted on just about all of your school's websites right now. And not only that, but in Mary Montfort, they have a whole different policy that says 6 absences or excessive tardies will require the student to meet with a school attendance support team. A little bit relaxed. Well, another admin tells me, oh yeah, that's actually something that we were told to do last year, but we don't advertise that. So what is going on? Which is the right policy? Please post the correct policy on your websites. And not only that, please consider getting to the task of updating your administrative procedures and sharing those with the public. It would be nice to know what we can expect from our school leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. If we don't have any other members in the audience at this time, this will conclude our public information period. Next item.
Let the record reflect that you've been joined by Mrs. Burke. The next item is item 3, board action items. 3.01, receive for adoption, dreams for RPS goals and targets.
Good evening, school board. After a summer work and discussion on our 10 dreams for RPS goals, we're pleased to bring to you this evening the summary of the goals and targets, which reflect our conversations over the course of the summer. I will note that we did make one notable adjustment for some of the conversation about equity. And in goal 5, you will, although graduation is also in obviously goal 2, you will see that added as an additional measure in goal 5. We'll be looking at equity gaps from undergraduation rate. And so we look forward to you adopting the goals, and we've got big work to do this year, and we're excited to get started.
Ms. Owen?
I move that we accept the dreams for RPS goals and targets as presented.
Need a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Owen and seconded by Ms. Burke to approve the adoption of dreams for RPS goals and targets. Any discussion? Mr. Young?
Just real briefly, I want to commend the administration, Michelle in particular, for all the time you've invested in what I'm confident will help us improve as a district. Some of the goals are arguably stretch goals, but I'm confident that we can get there, and I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Call the question. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Frankly, I'm disappointed. We spent a long time talking about the goals and metrics, and there was lots of discussion about modifications to be made to the plan. Didn't see significant changes in this current document, which I think leaves a lot of room for improvement. To be frank, I think that during public comment there was good points made in terms of teacher retention. So I just want to make sure. Thank you. I think that we would be remiss not to include some of the metrics that were noted during public comment as it pertains specifically to teacher retention. I think the exit ticket information, the teacher satisfaction data, getting that breakdown at the school level. Those are really very critical measurements in order to really be able to effectively see how we're doing on teacher retention. And there are quite a few other suggestions that were made. So unfortunately, I won't be able to vote in support of the goals this time, but I hope that there will be some adjustments made and so we can really see how we're doing.
Ms. Cosby?
I'm sorry, you talked about some changes in the equity section.
One additional measure added around the graduation rate, yes. That's should say there's 4 measures now. Sorry, it's not taking my, allowing me to track the button.
What goal is it? Just talking.
Well, I did. So for high school students, we'll track the 4-year on-time graduation rate, not only in goal 2, but specifically reducing the gaps by 1/3, which is the equity goal generally. So we'll be looking at the graduation data comes out this week, and so at the next board meeting, we'll be doing a presentation on graduation, and therefore we'll be able to share the gaps, which will relate then to this additional piece of goal 5.
Ms. Cosby?
Okay, thank you for explaining. I wasn't sure when you were saying added it. I didn't.
Yeah, it's with 87 slides, it's hard to find.
You know, I too share some concerns. I've mentioned it before that, well, one of my colleagues said they're stretch goals. In some areas, I don't think they're stretch enough, and especially when it comes to the equity piece. And I think that we should have higher expectations of ourselves, and I remain really disheartened with this, the measurements in this equity piece.
Mr. Young and then Mr. Barlow.
Just really briefly, at the risk of saying something I think everybody in this room knows, what you just spoke to, Michelle, is so very important because our most vulnerable population, i.e. our new arrivals, persons newly arrived in this country, our ESL population, our Hispanic Latino population, our public schools, we are doing a woefully inadequate job, and I'm being very polite when I describe it that way. We're only graduating about 4 in 10 of the students I just spoke to. So for me, this is an invaluable addition, and just want to, again, belabor the point I'm making.
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Dasco. I'm curious to note, so I know that we had the opportunity to make comments throughout this process on these various goals and the components of the reporting, and I'm curious to know what was taken into account. So you mentioned this piece that we just discussed. Were there any others that were updated to reflect board feedback during those discussions?
This was the one piece that was updated.
Okay.
5. No other feedback was submitted over the course of the summer.
Okay, so it was submitted via email or some other way. So I'm also curious about, well, I do think we got some valuable feedback that was endorsed by the REA, which is something that I want to make sure that we're taking into account.
Yes, we're in conversations with you.
So how do you anticipate we would incorporate that feedback, and do you envision potential amendment opportunities to this? Do you envision, I mean, in some respects, I'd almost feel comfortable waiting one more period before passing this, given that we've taken as long as we have to discuss these options, and it sounds like there may be still some outstanding things that we might want a last shot at sort of adjusting before we approve it. But I'm curious to know what your thoughts are related to amending in the future.
Well, without putting words in Ms. Coleman or Mr. Gregory's mouth, I'd say think after speaking with both of them, we're aligned on the measures and some of the things we were talking about are strategies. So we're going to be working with the REA on administration to get up our response rate. We have principal directors that will be digging into the school-specific surveys, and that's something that Ms. Treadway and I just discussed. So I think the idea of the satisfaction index and working towards that as a measure of overall satisfaction is a good starting place, and we look forward to collaboration with folks on how we get there.
So, just that.
Go ahead, Mr. Ball.
Yeah, I just did want to follow up on that amended piece at the very least, whether you envision the ability to make adjustments to some of these metrics, say, whether, even if it's not next week, but say 5 or 6 months down the line, we're discussing these strategies and we want additional reporting requirements. I anticipate that we have the ability to make adjustments.
I think we can always share additional data.
If I may, I didn't hear anything this evening in public comment that we aren't actually going to do, but the vast majority of the commentary was found germane to the codification of our district level goals. So we are going to, and I believe may have already shared with the principal, but we'll share it more broadly, all of the satisfaction data at the school level. That's all out. We have committed publicly and will continue to do everything possible to get us to 100% response rate. We have said publicly, and I will say it again tonight, that is data which will be used by principal directors as they consider their overall evaluations of principals. All of that is true. We are all completely supportive of that. What we are doing tonight is hopefully adopting, after 4 months of discussion, high-level benchmarks, annual benchmarks for the 10 goals that we adopted so that we can begin to move forward on the work of achieving those goals. There is lots to be discussed as to various ways of reporting, subgroup information on all of that, which we're delighted to do, as well as we will, starting at our next meeting, get in depth on all of the strategies to get there for Dreams for RPS. This is merely a codification of the high-level annual targets that we discussed.
Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am shocked that, I mean, as we've said, we've had discussions on this for 4 months. And what I've heard is that all of the feedback captured over 4 months worth of meetings has not been implemented into this document because the board hasn't sent an email.
I think that's just a gross misrepresentation of this process, quite frankly. We have had lots of discussions. There has never been consensus at this body about any changes that need to be made. There have been discussions by individual board members, but at no time has this body indicated clearly that it demands or requires, or in some official sense, more than 1 or 2 individuals sharing feedback that it needs to be changed. In addition, the administration repeatedly asked for feedback in writing on anything else so that we could see if there was a consensus. We received 0 feedback through that process. And so anything, I am at a loss for how we could get to this point after 4 months of discussing these items when there was no clear consensus on the board about any significant change, that we would be at this point having this discussion.
Ms. Gibson and Ms. Cosby.
I was interrupted, but I understand. So it sounds like we need to break things down pretty bit by bit. So if this is something, essentially what you're saying, I mean, if we're not in the majority, then our voice doesn't matter. And I feel for the people who've elected me and others whose voice is not being represented at this table. But essentially, it makes me feel that we have to micromanage this process essentially. And so what should have happened, I guess, after each one of these meetings is that we took a vote on which change we agreed to implement into this process. That doesn't make common sense. This is frustrating. I believe the citizens of the city should be frustrated. They have elected board members to represent their best interests, and I think it's clear that that's not happening at this meeting.
Ms. Cosby?
So my question is to board leadership, and it goes into, towards the process. So I am a bit confused about that statement in terms of consensus. So, what is the process to ensure that whatever changes people would like to see, do we vote at the end of, after we've articulated, concerns or changes, then we do vote on it for consensus? Because you can send things via email all day long, which people have done before, and it still it's not changed. So I just want to know what is the process so that going forward, this is just too important, going forward, we can be very clear.
So, board members totally agree. This is a process that will also identify where there are deficiencies, where we need to make improvements. But the board hasn't had an opportunity to provide feedback at this stage of this process, and we did not receive any feedback. So again, as the superintendent has stated, we do have the opportunity to provide feedback along the way, but we have to accept some responsibility if emails are sent out for us to provide feedback.
Okay.
So we will have opportunities along the way.
Okay,
So Ms. Cosby.
Help me understand the process. So we submit the email with our recommendations, and then when is the opportunity for consensus? Because the word was used that there was no consensus in terms of the direction. So I just want to make sure. So when do we submit it? Do we provide consensus via email? Do we provide consensus at the next board meeting? When do we do that?
So, as we've done in the past, if board members have feedback or comments providing various documentation, the administration will provide that feedback for those changes, and then we'll bring back those adjustments at the next board meeting. Ms. Owen?
I think we do reach consensus with discussion, but if it's an actual change, that does require a vote. And so now, here we are, and if there's something that, there's only one way to know if we want to change something, and that is if we sit here in front of everybody and say what we individually want to do. I don't think that emails take care of that. I think we have to do it here.
Mr. Barlow,
Thank
then
you,
Ms. Cosby.
I do think that a lot of work went into this, and I really appreciate that. A lot of hard work from the administration and partners, UVA, and I know the board has taken a lot of time to sift through this, and it's generated a lot of positive discussion. What I don't want to do is shortchange that by passing something that we don't feel a broader consensus with, and I think that there may be a little bit of a communication breakdown about how feedback should be collected clearly. If no board members gave feedback, then that suggests to me that there was communication breakdown, and that very well may be on the side of all the board members. So I'm not trying to suggest otherwise, but what I would respectfully request is that we just take the opportunity before this next meeting, so we can get this finalized, we can make sure that we're comfortable with it, to submit any proposed changes that we can discuss listed at our next board meeting. Because I do think that there's some valuable insight that we receive from certain partners. I do think there's some valuable insight that we may be able to make certain tweaks to. And I'd like to make sure that as many people as possible on this board are comfortable with this, because this is going to be driving the direction of the school district in a very important way.
Ms. Cosby, Mr. Young, and then Ms. Burke.
Okay, I just want to make sure, I don't want to follow up with what my colleague Ms. Hammond said. So if there are changes, we discussed concerns that we've had along the way. And we discussed it in an open forum along the way. I know when we were talking about some of the academic issues, I know my colleague Ms. Burke has mentioned some things, and I know I've mentioned some things, I know Ms. Gibson has mentioned some things like this going on. So, but we discussed it in an open forum, so I just want to make sure then we say we want consensus, yes, moving forward with those things that we've discussed. Do we provide very detailed, do we have to be extremely detailed, like as opposed to in the equity section, if we're saying increasing something by a third, if we know that Black students are at 9% with, I forget that metric, with AP courses, and their Caucasian counterparts are at 50, a third is not going to get us to 50. So, I mean, do we have to be very specific in these metrics when we're talking about this, or do we just ask the administration, can you please bump it up, increase those metrics for us to review again? I just want to make sure, because I don't want to be here in this predicament again.
So again, as we have done in this process in the past, if we have feedback, we can provide that feedback via email or provide the feedback as we've done in board meetings to make those adjustments or to identify changes based on board consensus. Now, if there are changes that the board is not in agreement to, then we can make that decision. Now, if we have some items to identify, so, right, this is a motion on the floor. So right now we're having debate. We're having discussion. So this is an opportunity. If there is any disagreement, agreement, this is your opportunity to express it. Mr. Young, Ms. Burke, and then Ms. Gibson.
I think I've already spoken a couple times. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Burke. I have a lot I want to say about this, but in the interest of time, I'll be real concise. I think first and foremost, it's really important for anybody listening that is listening on the conversation to appreciate how consequential this conversation is, because essentially this is the school board of the city of Richmond and the administration identifying where the goalpost is, where the finish line is. How do you finish a race? And I've often, long time, critiqued Richmond Public Schools for not adequately defining what constitutes success and how will we be successful as an organization and being transparent for the purpose of our students and for our teachers and our other stakeholders. So I think it's really, really important. Look, I mean, I'm very excited about the metrics, the measurements that we've identified. I think that they're on target. But I also think it's really important because it's so consequential that I would hope that in the same way this body adopted our dreams for RPS or strategic plan, if I'm not mistaken, via unanimous vote. I think that was 9-0 if I recall correctly. I hope that we could get there. So I would defer to Michelle and administration. Look, I know you need to start building your dashboard. You need to start developing all those tools that we've been chatting about for as long as we've all been on the board. But it would seem to me if 2 weeks from now, we convene 2 weeks from today, is that right? If that's an opportunity for us to develop unanimity or something close to it, then absent some kind of concern, I'm not privy to if that can get us to close to 9, because I really think it's important for this board to all be on board. Because in my opinion, these metrics or these measurements are arguably just as important as that Dreams for RPS strategic document. But I would obviously welcome the superintendent, the chief of staff to weigh in. And, I'm sure they have real concerns relevant to the chronology, getting started on that dashboard, et cetera.
Obviously, we will follow the will of the board. I will express frustration on the part of the administration that this is a process which has been ongoing for 4 months. We have had, I think, at least 5, if not 6, board meetings about this. At no time did the board as a body indicate a change that it desired to see. At no time has a change been articulated by a consensus of this body. Where there did seem to be some energy, we did make a modification. I have to respectfully disagree with Board Member Barlow. There was no miscommunication. It was very clear about the opportunity to provide additional feedback, and so certainly if the board would like to defer and spend another 2 weeks to think through this, we are more than happy to follow the board's lead on that. That being said, it is frustrating.
Ms. Burke, then Ms. Gibson.
I have 2 questions and a comment. Number 1, the motion on the floor is
Adoption
I want to hear it as I want to hear it from you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. The motion on the floor is to receive for the adoption of the dreams, approve the adoption of the dreams for RPS goals and targets. And right now we're having discussion, debate.
Number. All right. So my comment or question, I should say, this is a plan of action. Something we have not had in Richmond Public Schools for a while, except what was given last year is the beginning point. My thinking is, in order to move forward, we do need to adopt a plan rather than continuously putting it off. However, it's a living document. If adjustments need to be made, we can do that. But I don't want us to, if the goals are set too low, we do have the right targets to go back and revisit that. However, we need to stop spinning this wheel. Otherwise, and we do need to have this discussion as well, so I'm glad to have that point. So far as the opportunity to respond to whatever is emailed to us, it is sent to all of us, the communication, and great. If not, then we can't respond. Or if it's an open discussion as now, but at some point we need to move forward. It is October. Before you know it, the holidays will be here. Assessments, the first 9 weeks will soon be up. We need the dashboard. We need all that in place in order to move forward. But as a living document, we do have opportunity to change if needed. Thank you.
Ms. Gibson, then Ms. Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to reiterate a couple of points. One is I want to remind the board that this is a public body, and we don't conduct business via email. That we can't. And so I think that it is important that the input that was provided over the past 4 months in our public meetings is captured. I would ask our clerk to compile all of the recommendations that were made at that time that can be considered. And as it seems that there is some confusion on how this body should work, I would also recommend that this item come up at our next governance training with the Virginia School Board Association that I believe is scheduled in January, although I'm not sure that that date has been confirmed.
So board members, for clarity, we do not conduct business via email. It's just providing feedback. We conduct business for transparency at our board meeting, at our public board meeting. But it is an opportunity for board members to provide feedback if you have it, or if not. Also, from a historical perspective, we have not had dashboard balance scorecard since probably 2012. And even during that time, when we saw that based on the areas that were being measured, we had opportunities as a board at that time and at this time to make those changes. Because we want every child to be successful. And I don't think we're do justice to our students if we are dumbing down the measurable objectives. But going forward, we have to have a baseline, a starting place from somewhere, so that we know as a board where the areas of deficiencies, what's working, what's not working, and how we can task the administration to address these deficiencies or areas of improvements to celebrate. So I see this is a baseline, and we have to start from somewhere. And delaying the process, we're continuing to delay the process, continuing to delay the baseline or not have a starting point for us to measure the school division. Ms. Owen and Ms. Cosby.
I remember that when we had the young people from UVA explaining to us that it seems like a little bit to be talking about a third or 2% a year or that kind of thing, but that is a lot in terms of turning the Titanic before it hits the iceberg. We have a lot of issues, we have a lot of problems. We have begun, and this is what we want to do. These are the baseline, setting our baseline and our targets. That doesn't mean if we can pivot that whole big ship a whole way around, we'll do it. I mean, I think what we're putting in place here with our metrics to make our teachers want to stay here, make our families feel more comfortable in our schools, have our principals and our faculties teaching with love, and having our children succeed, giving them more measures and opportunities to do that. I think hopefully, we can do even better, but this is a big ask of our teachers and our students. 2% may not seem like a lot, a third may not seem like a lot, but it is a lot. It really is, and I'm sure we're going to do it because we have fabulous kids, we have amazing teachers, we have good leaders, and we're working hard, all of us, because what we care about is our children and their success in school, and this is going to help us do that for them.
Ms. Cosby and Mr. Barlow and Ms. Dorr.
I completely agree that incremental changes are, of course, positive. I will just say this. So there was a balance scorecard that the district had, and I don't recall there being a time whereas the board chose to change the metrics. The balance scorecard or dashboard or what have you is a metric. So how we're doing. If we're not reaching certain goals, well, then we look at other things. Well, why aren't we reaching those goals? When we talk about moving this whole district forward and we don't want to dumb it down, we're saying that with the equity piece, and that's the piece that I'm focusing on right now because I just think we have to do more. And we have to do more. It's not just Richmond, it's just nationwide. But with the equity piece, one third increase over the span of 5 years. We're not talking about 8 years. We're talking about over the span of 5 years. Our children who are falling through the gaps, the achievement gap becomes wider. It's still there. So I'm going to give you an example. And the example is with our students who are, our students in terms of our reading level. So right now we have 45% of our third grade students who are passing the reading SOL. 80% right now of our white students are doing it. Over the span of 5 years, just saying a third, that's not even getting us to the 80%. Whereas the 80%, we're going to make an assumption, will increase, correct? I hope, right? So I'm saying in terms of the equity piece, I do think that we have to raise the bar a bit. And you're absolutely right, Linda, our teachers are doing a phenomenal job, and we want to make sure, and our building administrators, and we want to make sure if we're raising this bar, that they are equipped with the necessary resources to do so, to be successful, and to give our students whatever wraparound services are needed. So that's, but to start off low and say, okay, well, let's just pass it through. We've been asking for this balanced scorecard, a dashboard, for a very long time. We've been asking for this for a very long time, so I think waiting 2 weeks is not going to hurt us.
Mr. Barlow and then Ms. Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think this is so important that a 14-day period to take another look at it shouldn't be a point of huge concern, and I hope that we can withdraw this motion and consider this at the next meeting. I think it's more important that we have alignment and as many votes as possible to pass this than it is to have it passed 14 days earlier.
Ms. Dorr?
I agree as it relates to changing targets in outer years. I think that becomes problematic because then it's a moving target. Like we can revise the goals and not get to the goals, and I think that's dangerous territory. So I do think we need to be cautious about. I appreciate the comments about making it a living document, but I think then the target can be moving, and then it becomes less real. I also have remained relatively silent during this process because I am not an education policy expert, and I want to defer to the good work that UVA, our administration, and the stakeholders that they've worked with on this, because I also worry a little bit about increasing a target without any knowledge of how that actually works in the education policy world, and then we have a target that is so high and it creates unintended consequences like cheating or folks not being able to achieve our goals. So I'm just speaking for me and just something that I really worry about for us as a board if we just kind of increase targets here or there without it being steeped in research. So I think whatever changes folks want to recommend, we should just be very careful about how we do that. If we need to wait 2 weeks, it seems like there's lots of folks that are wanting that around the table. But that's my 2 cents.
Call the question.
Motion was made by Ms. Owens, seconded by Mrs. Burke, to adopt the dreams for RPS goals and targets as presented. Mr. Barlow?
Point of clarification, abstain.
No.
Gibson, you vote is? Mr. Young?
Aye.
Ms. Cosby?
No.
Mrs. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Dr. Sapini?
No.
Ms. Page?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorr?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-3. The next item is to receive for action the personnel actions.
Good evening, school board. The recommended talent office actions for the school board meeting scheduled for Monday, October 7th, 2019 include the nomination of 27 employees, the change of contract of 90 employees, the transfers of 7 employees, the resignations of 22 employees, the furlough of 9 employees, the returning from leave of 5 employees, the retirement of 8 employees, the reappointment of 1 employee, the rescission of 4 employees, and the name change of 1 employee.
Ms. Owen?
I just have a quick question, Ms. Bramble. So some of these, it seems like we're changing a lot of custodians to night differential. Is that because we're changing their hours and we're just changing the money a little bit?
Yes.
Okay, that was just a question that I had. Thank you.
Need a motion?
I move that we accept the personnel actions as presented.
Second? It's been moved by Ms. Owen and seconded by Ms. Burke to approve the HR action as presented. Any discussion? Call the question?
Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
No.
Mr. Young?
No.
Dr. Sapini?
Abstain.
Ms. Cosby?
Yes.
Mrs. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Ms. Dorr?
Yes.
Mrs. Page?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-8. The next item is, I'm sorry, 6-2. The next item is 3.03, receive for action petty cash and credit cards.
Good evening. Your information for this evening is a report on petty cash, and the finance department is the only department in the school division that has petty cash, and it's $500. And there's also a report for school board issued credit cards. There are 4. Mr. Cameron has one, the finance department has one, the school board has one, and there's a 4th one. Travel, thank you, and there's a travel credit card, and that's just required disclosure to the school board, and we do it annually, typically in the first meeting in October.
Mr. Young?
Unrelated, but similar. Do we have an update relevant to P cards and how many P cards have been issued?
Yes, how about if we bring that to the next meeting?
Fair enough.
I think there's maybe 6 or 8, so it's still under the pilot at this point in time.
Thanks. That was an unfair question. I would have been really impressed if you had it off the top of your head.
I just wanted to note, Mr. Simmons is being honored this evening by his alma mater, and that's why he's not able to be here as one of the top 40 under 40. So that is why he's not present this evening. So thank you very much, Lynn. We appreciate you standing.
We need a motion.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Young and seconded by Ms. Owen to approve the petty cash and credit card information. Any discussion? Call the question?
Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Dr. Sapini?
Yes.
Ms. Cosby?
Yes.
Ms. Barton? Ms. Owens?
Yes.
Ms. Dorr?
Yes.
Ms. Page?
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0. The next item is, item 4, board business, receive a presentation regarding Navy Hill for information.
So board members, this presentation is for information only. So that we'll know the impact or any impact that it will have on the school division. But again, this is for informational purposes only. And because we have a tight agenda tonight, we will have an opportunity for questions and answers. Board members, if we would like to limit the question and answers maybe to a 20-minute session, and then we could schedule another additional information session at another date if board members are agreeable to that. Mr. Young.
I want to know how long he's talking. In all due respect. So my inquiry regarding how long the presentation is.
I'm only making introductory comments this evening, sir. I'm introducing Dr. Pamela Royal, and then you will hear from another representative from the Navy Hill District Corporation, if that's so please, Mr. Body.
So let me revise my inquiry. How long the presentation, how long the presentation is in a cumulative way?
How long would the board like for the presentation to be this evening?
Right, so approximately.
Thank you. We asked for it, let's have it.
Yes. So, right, we asked for an informational session, so let's begin.
Chairwoman Page, distinguished members of the Richmond City School Board, Superintendent Cameras, good evening. My name is Leonard Sledge, and I have the distinct pleasure of serving as the Director of Economic Development for the City of Richmond. In 2009, the City of Richmond took a look at what our downtown should look like. That resulted in the Downtown Master Plan, which was approved by our City Council along with a significant amount of citizen engagement. Fast forward to 2017, the Pulse Corridor Plan. Those two studies pointed to things that should be done in the city center to replace or to deal with our functionally obsolete Richmond Coliseum, but also with a focus on mixed-use development, increasing walkability, and things of that nature. The city issued a request for proposals. There was one respondent to that request for proposals, the Navy Hill District Corporation. Over the past 17 plus months, or not the past, but over a 17 plus month period, the city negotiated a development agreement with the Navy Hill District Corporation, which was introduced to City Council on August the 5th. Since then, City Council has empaneled the Navy Hill Commission, which had its first meeting on this past Saturday. City Council is having a series of work sessions, the second of which was earlier today, and we have been participating in a significant number of meetings in the community, district meetings. There are actually two going on this evening, as well as individual meetings and meetings with other stakeholders in the city of Richmond. We truly do believe that this project is transformational in nature, and that it will create significant surplus revenues over the lifetime of the project, but also along with a number of community benefits, such as more affordable housing, mixed income in nature, opportunities for minority businesses, and so on. But understanding that time is of the essence, I would leave you with this. I've heard Mayor Stoney say that in order for us to continue to grow revenues, it's either going to be by tax policy or by economic development. I do understand and know that Richmond Public Schools received a 1.5% increase on the meals tax that's dedicated to it. Under this project, that still stays in place. None of that funding is diverted. But we do believe we have a transformational opportunity to develop a significant number of underutilized city assets. And so with that, I'd like to invite Dr. Pamela Royal to come up, who's part of the leadership team for the Navy Hill District Corporation.
I thank you, and I thank you all. I'm going to be really quick. We had a busy evening. This is my first attending a school board meeting, so I have been enlightened. And so I thank you for this opportunity. On this occasion, what I'm going to say is this is beyond the scope of us and totally telling you everything about the project, and that's not the goal here. What I want to say is my involvement. I was asked. I've been a committed citizen. I'm a resident. I was born and raised in Richmond. I have a deep love for the city for what it has done for me and what I believe that it can do for others. I reside in First District. For my first 21 years, I had practice until the building was torn down, and I couldn't find a space that was suitable for medical office practice with parking in the footprint of where I was, which caused me to move a little bit farther west, which speaks to the need for, office space here in the city. That when I was a business owner, I was paying taxes in the city. I'm a resident, so I'm paying taxes in the city too. I do believe the project is transformational. My involvement as a small business owner, as a citizen of Richmond, and on this occasion, I will tell you most proudly as an attendee and a graduate of the Richmond Public School System, Gannett Park, J.E.B. Stewartsville, when I went there. I opened Henderson, and I graduated from Oakland High School. I have 4 children that attended Richmond Public School System. 3 of them are college graduates. 1 is a junior at Morehouse College. 2 of them graduated from Oakland High. I have a husband who's on the judiciary here in the city, so we are committed to the city as my parents have. I believe that it is an opportunity for us to create opportunities for all of our citizens. No one will be left behind, and my commitment is transparency. Anybody can reach me 365 days a year. If you call my office, you can get me. So what I have committed to this project, we have a diverse group of members. I have been called a lot of things. I can tell you I'm not a big corporate greedy person. I'm a hometown girl trying to do for others as others done for me. I thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to having an opportunity to present to you. Thank you. Oh, I didn't introduce Susan. And this is Susan Eastridge, who's going to talk a little bit, few slides on the financials and a little bit about the project and how it impacts RPS.
Good evening, school board. My name is Susan Eastridge. I'm part of the Navy Hill Development team, and I'm going to give you a very brief informational on the project. The development team is made up of 2 professional firms, my firm, Concord Eastridge, and also Future Cities. My background is my company here in Virginia is 30 years old. It focuses on public-private development. And all the 30 years I've been in public-private development, most of my work has been with education-related real estate. I've worked with a lot of school boards and cities figuring out how my expertise in commercial real estate can make a positive impact on school funding. From the very beginning, the mission of Navy Hill had several important objectives. We're talking about a quadrant of the downtown that is really a quiet zone where the city has a lot of underutilized assets in the form of real estate. So we were looking for an opportunity to raise funds for the city of Richmond that would not impact the neighborhood, but would take advantage of underutilized real estate assets owned by the city. Also, we were looking for a solution to replace the Coliseum that would not encumber in any way city financial resources. There's no general or moral obligation to the city. There's no incentives. There's no subsidies. The Coliseum today blocks downtown's progress. It's functionally obsolete at this point in its life. It costs the city between $500,000 and $1 million annually to keep it open. It no longer can attract the key touring shows or the tournaments. There's been no capital improvements program for years for the building. It would cost $12 million to demolish and fill for some other use in downtown Richmond, and there's still debt to be repaid. Take a minute to consider how Navy Hill would impact the school district. I like to think it's positive in the sense that it brings needed revenues into the city over time and can create sustainable revenue streams that can go to the school district. Aspects of the project include improving public transportation for families all around Richmond, brings dollars into Richmond, largely from the outside. This mixed-use development, anchored by a new arena, will bring people in from outside the community and therefore economic gain. There's going to be over 50% of the excess revenue the mayor has pledged will go to the school system. And if you take some time to go into the financial projections, there's excess revenues in excess of $1 billion over the projected 30 years. It accelerates new urban development in an area where there's a need for infrastructure that will be paid all by private funding. This is what we're looking at today, a lot of underutilized assets in the area. It's a very quiet area. No one lives in this area, and there's very little, if any, business that goes on here. The game plan is to take parcels in your downtown that are not generating any type of property tax revenue and getting them onto the tax rolls. You'll see this area of downtown. The white areas show these are tax-exempt parcels. The green are taxable. Basically, we have a couple billion of assessed value, but we have $3 billion of non-assessed value. So the project comes in, it takes advantage of underutilized real estate that the city of Richmond owns, and it puts all those parcels back on the tax rolls. This will be very quick, just give you the high-level metrics of the project. The new arena is going to cost $235 million. The overall bond issuance to construct the arena is $305 million. This is a non-recourse revenue bond. It will have no moral or general obligation to the city. The important part is the influx of private investment of $1.3 billion. That's $520 million of private equity brought in locally, regionally, nationally, and even internationally into Richmond, and $780 million in construction loans to build all the new buildings. This is the existing real estate. These parcels show the build out of all the blocks that will be built while the arena is being constructed. Right in the center, A, that's the arena, and then all of the other buildings in this diagram will be built concurrently with the new arena. At full build out, this is all the buildings of Navy Hill generating property taxes. Some considerations on looking at financing a new arena. First and foremost, there could be no general or moral obligations by the city of Richmond. The bond investors receive a slightly higher interest rate as a result of that. Surplus revenues are split 50-50 between the city and the bondholders until the full payoff of the bonds. That's what allows us to pay off the bonds much more quickly. I'm going to give you just a quick order of magnitude of the areas of revenue that provide the repayment of the arena bonds. First and foremost, the arena itself generates revenues in the form of marketing partnerships and sales. The next bucket is these new buildings will generate new property taxes. Similarly, there will be
sales taxes generated by the new buildings. There's a new hotel, and there's lodging taxes from just this one new hotel built by private funds that will go to repayment of the bonds. Meals taxes and deed-poll taxes, these are generated only by the new buildings, the new development, the private investment. And then finally, the increment finance area. If you look at this, these income streams add up to over $1 billion. And based on the city's financial advisor's analysis, it's going to take between 400 and 500 million above this to pay off the bonds. So this is excess revenue that comes into the city, shared with the school district after the buildings are built. Community benefits, Leonard touched on these. They are vast and they range from affordable housing. There's a $300 million commitment to minority business participation. We're going to be doing privately funded infrastructure that will connect broken streets in this area of downtown. The convention hotel is needed by the convention center to attract outside conventions. We've talked about the jobs, both construction jobs and permanent jobs. We've incorporated a new transit center for GRTC within the project. We're historically renovating 2 buildings, the Blues Armory and the Richmond Garage. The private investments taking care of the demolition and the defeasance of the Coliseum debt, taking care of all the utilities, stormwater. The buildings will be built to LEED Silver sustainability, and there's no city liability. Look forward to continuing dialogue and providing more information about the project to you. Thank you.
We do have some questions. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a few questions. First, I want to convey my gratitude to Susan and Pamela, Leonard, for being here this evening. We brought the A team. Thank you. I'm grateful. I do have a few questions, but Madam Chair, if one of my colleagues want to interrupt at any point, I don't want to filibuster. But my first question regards, and this is a 2-part question. First, would you consider neighborhood revitalizations like, for example, Scott's Addition and Churchill a success? And if so, can you speak to how much of the taxpayers' money and direct expenditures were expended in those 2 neighborhoods to realize the success, if you would characterize those 2 neighborhoods revitalizations as success?
I do not have specific dollar amounts. One of the questions that we have received is, can this project happen organically, or can this area of the city develop organically like Scott's Addition? And the belief is that no, because there is a lot of infrastructure that already exists in the Scott's Addition area, existing buildings that have been adaptively repurposed and reused. In the Churchill area, there's been a considerable amount of private real estate investment. My understanding in the short time that I've been with the city of Richmond, a lot of that has been able to occur because of the city's real estate tax abatement programs. But a specific dollar amount, I do not know.
Thank you. The answer is very little. My second question is, can you cite how many teachers, how many police officers, how many firefighters would not be hired because of the monies that we would spend on paying back over $600 million in bonds?
Again, the projections from the city's financial advisors are between 400 and 500 million, not the 600 million figure. We can probably break that down for you. We'll take that as a question to be returned to you.
Thank you. I came up with a math of about 250 teachers a year. My next question, I'm looking around. Can you identify what constitutes the most valuable 80 blocks of real estate in the city of Richmond? And does the TIF align or intersect with those said blocks? Or
would you repeat the question, please, sir?
Could you identify what constitutes the most valuable 80 blocks of real estate in the city of Richmond? And does the TIF intersect or align with those?
I'm happy to talk about it. The TIF has both valuable property and property that's off the tax rolls. That was the purpose of those graphics, was to show how much tax exempt property exists in this area. And Navy Hill is making the effort to put some of those properties that the city owns actually on the tax rolls.
The answer is yes.
So, Mr. Young,
Yes, ma'am.
before you continue with your series of questions, Ms. Dorr has a question, and Ms. Burke, and Ms. Gibson.
Hi. I have a question about the second Dominion Tower, 701 East Cary. And my understanding is that second tower will result in somewhere upwards of an incremental value of about $270 million that will be included into the TIF district. And my concern with that is it seems outside of the bounds of a traditional sort of TIF financing strategy in which it's existing businesses and properties, and then it's an increase above that. This seems to be turning at zero and going to 270, and I'm worried that that would result in about $3.2 million in annual operating dollars to the city's budget. So I was wondering if you could comment on that.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that the underwriting for the arena bonds, non-recourse to the city of Richmond, means that we have to have a very high debt service coverage ratio of over 1.5. And so right there, that shows you the excess revenue that comes back to the city. And so I would encourage you to, all the projections are public, and I would encourage you to look at those cash flows year by year to see the money that's returned to the city.
And I would also like to add on that note, the first 5 to 10 years of the project, the city is at least revenue neutral.
Ms.
I guess my point is that the second Dominion Tower being included into the TIF district and the entire value of that assessed property going into the TIF district seems like it's beyond the scope of what a traditional TIF financing would be, and that it's being included into the TIF district in order to make your interest coverage ratio, et cetera, work. Is that correct?
Actually, you're going to see, I think, a lot of development beyond that Dominion Tower if the tower does move forward. The idea of this type of economic stimulus is to really encourage investment in downtown Richmond in commercial real estate. And so we'll really be talking about projecting a lot of other projects that are going to happen and come into tax generation.
Ms. Burke, then Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thinking in terms of affordable housing, thinking in terms of public education, population hopefully growing, who just would receive the affordable housing? How does that work? Where's the plan? Is it for families? Is it for public servants such as ourselves? Teachers?
Yeah, I think the locational characteristics of this part of downtown is heavily workforce. And so we were asked by the city of Richmond to provide workforce housing within Navy Hill itself, and then also source $10 million of philanthropy to spawn 200 more affordable units around downtown. So when you look at this quadrant of the city, and I mentioned before, people don't live there now, and there's really very little business other than government in the area. We very much see that there's huge employment in the neighboring areas to Navy Hill, and we see this housing as being very important for those professionals that are working right there.
So how many units, pretty much?
The initial 480 with the additional 200 on the back end, so the $10 million probably raised. The first $5 million the Community Foundation gave last September 2018, and we're confident that we've got the $10 million. We slowed our fundraising efforts, waiting for the process to catch up and the project to go to City Council. So the Better Housing Coalition is managing that. We're looking at space to do that. So the initial would be 480 units with an additional 200 on the back end of it, so up to 700. But the affordable housing piece is incredibly important. It was a catalyst. We were already had reaching effort around affordable housing before this project was made public and aware. It was a catalyst to bring greater attention, but certainly was not a stimulus. The investment is in the affordable housing terms of the grant, the money given to the Community Foundation is not given to Navy Hill. That spurred the ability. So the Community Foundation, we did not endorse, we endorsed the affordable housing piece of it that was important to the mayor, that portion of it, and committed to raising the $10 million in philanthropic dollars. I might add too that the commitment to the Community Foundation, as you all well know, that has not changed in terms of the investment and in terms of this project. Our relationship with Richmond Public School Systems and our investment from philanthropic dollars continues and continues to grow. The monies that we give, so that commitment still moves forward as we look at long-term sustainability for our schools.
Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to point out that there was a comment about transparency, and unfortunately, the presentation that was made today was not shared prior to this meeting, which means that myself and the public was not able to see what was going to be discussed this evening. And I would hope that if there are any future presentations that are made, that that documentation would be shared in advance. And I would also request from the board that we ensure in future conversations include the perspective of those experts that might question this project. I'm very thankful that there was a number of folks from the community who expressed concern to provide a bit more balance to this conversation. I myself have publicly expressed opposition to this project, opposition that I believe is widely shared with the rest of the city. I believe that if this project was a popular one, we would have a referendum on the ballot to support it. From my perspective, this is really another example of the kids can wait. I don't think you need an advanced degree in finance to appreciate that ultimately this is not a project that will serve the public good. And I am reminded by the words of Greta Thunberg when she spoke to the UN summit, climate summit, and said we were essentially putting the interest of our planet in line behind fairy tales of economic promises. The same can be said for the bill.
Hold on,
It is a fairy tale, and the only truth is that our city and students will suffer. That takes me to my question. It is my understanding that there are other states, including Florida and Maryland, that shield school revenue from being used in tax abatement and tip deals such as this. Another consideration would be for the school board to be able to vote up or down on a deal like this where school board would be abated or diverted. My question is, why was this not considered in part of the deal that was brought before the city?
I personally cannot speak to that because I was not a part of the negotiation, but I'll be more than glad to bring back an answer to the school board. And also, ma'am, to your question about receiving the presentations in advance, we'd be more than glad to do so. But I would also like to point out for the entire school board that all of the documents associated with the Navy Hill project that were introduced to City Council, as well as the presentations, as well as the video, as well as the Q&A that we have been taking are all posted on the mayor's webpage, the Navy Hill page on the mayor's website.
Any other questions? Mr. Young and Mr. Barlow, but before we proceed, I would just like to remind the audience, please be respectful. If you want to show sign of support, non-support, show support by waving your hands. But again, this is an opportunity that the board, we've asked for this presentation, an informational session, and we need to be respectful. Mr. Young and Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wrote down a question, but Liz she really said it a lot better than I could have, and specifically pertains to how much money has already been invested in those 80 blocks. How many blocks have already been purchased, and what kind of tax revenue do we anticipate being realized before or absent any kind of new arena in those 80 blocks?
In the incremental finance area that you're referring to, there's a projection of a 2% growth factor. And so if you go to the mayor's page and look at those financial projections, they're very easy to read, actually. And you'll see what that growth factor looks like. That may or may not happen, but that's what's projected by the city.
They are easy to read. I just don't believe them. The next question is, can you cite how many attendees at the Coliseum you're basing your revenue projections on, and what should be made of the calculation that said projection would put the arena in the top 10 in the world for attendance?
We picked up on some of the myths about the attendance that's projected for this particular arena. The arena, it would be a new arena. We expect it to attract between 500 and 600,000 attendees every year. The current Coliseum last year had a little over 350,000. We'll be able to do a lot more events, a lot more shows, but it's the projections are very much within the size of a mid-sized city for a municipal arena.
Thank you. And last question, I promise. My colleague's been very generous, as have you. My final question regards how much money have investors already expended on the North and Broad project? Media outlets have reported $20 million or something this summer, approximating $20 million. So how much money have investors already invested in this project?
It's important to know that the city of Richmond, in the way the government is formed, they have legislation that requires a development project to come to council really fully baked, which is different than most cities around the country where you can respond to a request for proposal and bring forth a concept and not put a lot of investment in it. In this case, the city of Richmond really wanted the work to get done in advance of it going to city council. And so that required our very large stakeholder team, development team, to expend more money than you typically do. But we had to prove out all of the numbers. We were asked to do a number of feasibility studies, which are all available for the public to view. And we had to advance the project enough to reach economic and fiscal certainty. And so you quoted 20 million that was in the newspaper. It's probably around that amount of money.
So, in brief, a lot of persons have a lot to lose when the city rightfully rejects this proposal. Thank you.
Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really concerned about the impact of school funding of this proposal, and I would love to believe that there will be large windfalls for us on the back end, that we will be exceeding our bond payment amounts handsomely, and then we will receive what was that, a quarter ultimately of any overage of the bond payment amounts.
Yeah, the mayor's talked about 50% of the excess.
By resolution, because the council cannot bind the future council.
Right.
By resolution, what the mayor is proposing is that 50% of the surplus revenues go towards Richmond Public Schools.
Right.
34% towards core city services.
Right.
Public safety, pothole filling, everything else. Right. 15% towards affordable housing and homeless programs and services, and 1% towards the arts, history, and culture. I just want to make sure that we are crystal clear that it is by resolution that is what's being proposed.
Right. And I setting aside that I find it disconcerting that we're talking about such a sizable investment, but that we can't even commit to overages should they exist. Because this is a project that, although it may not bind council, this will bind our city in pretty significant ways with regard to these payments. But I do wonder if there's been any discussion about the impact of state education funding for Richmond Public Schools as a result of how this may impact the state funding formula.
Yes, we definitely are looking at that. And we realize it's a problem not just because there's a proposed project in this quadrant of Richmond. It really has to do with anything that's developed. There's something wrong with the formula, right?
Sure.
And so, the city of Richmond needs to, as Leonard said, it either grows by increasing taxes on those people that are currently there paying taxes, or we have economic development. And so we're choosing the economic development route. Let's realize there isn't money for schools unless there is economic development. So we have to create new revenues in order to steer those dollars to school funding. And that's the fundamental premise of this project. It's not to gain consensus on an arena or housing or a convention center hotel. It's a proposal that brings to the city the great opportunity for economic development, which generates sustainable economic growth for years.
Right, but it seems to me that that growth, by virtue of the fact that this is a TIF district, would be pouring back into development, not into the school system, unless there are significant overages, and council in the future still wants to give those overages to RPS based on the mayor's vision today.
If it were not, if development were to happen in a piecemeal approach to accomplish the same objectives, we very likely, most likely, would be looking at scenarios where we're having to incentivize or induce the type of activity that we're wanting to see happen, which also would have a negative impact to funding to Richmond Public Schools. But through this structure that has been proposed and negotiated, there are no additional incentives that are being provided for the hotel, for the affordable housing, or the renovation of the historic Blues Armory, or the public infrastructure, all of those for the defeasance of the debt on the existing Richmond Coliseum, as well as the demolition of that and filling that in and bringing Clay Street to grade. There are no other incentives or inducement. The city's role and participation in this is being a seller of land that it currently owns, the underutilized assets, being a landlord in terms of the arena and the Blues Armory, and also being the issuer of the bonds. And so my point, Mr. Barlow, is simply to say that if this development were to happen in a piecemeal fashion, then developers of the individual blocks could very well seek abatements, incentives, inducements, and things of that nature, which would also jeopardize funding for Richmond Public Schools.
Right. So,
Mr. Barlow.
thank you, Madam Chair. So just to follow up on that, I mean, so I understand that other inducements may be in place in those circumstances. Is a 30-year tax abatement typical for inducing this type of real estate transaction, these types of real estate developments?
You know, there's no tax abatements for ABL, right?
Right, I understand that. So, but if we're going through the piecemeal
Yeah, I mean, it varies by jurisdiction for sure. Certainly I've seen 30-year tax abatements. I've seen 9-year plus 10 years. I mean, it varies based on some of the goals of any particular community.
Okay. And I think that's a very important point, which is with regard to the goals of our community. And my hope is that we will take a look at education funding, that we will focus on education funding, and then once we are funding our educational system at appropriate levels, we'll take a look at some more of these types of ambitious projects. But I do appreciate all of your feedback.
So my question for Ms. Dorr, and then I have a question. Well, my question, talk a little bit about when will the schools realize the funding, the 50% of the funding and the structure and everything regarding that?
Yeah, again, in the cash flows, you'll see that the project has to get built. So you take up the first 3 or 4 years getting the project built, and then by year 6, there starts being that sharing of revenue.
Hence the importance of our analysis, which shows during the first 5 and 10 years of the project, it's at least revenue neutral to the city.
Ms. Dorr?
Well, yes and no, right? Because if the deal didn't go through, you would have the incremental revenue from other development that is in the TIP zone. So it's contingent on you believing the actual projection.
Yes, step 1 is that we pay the city for the land. So there's $15.8 million that's transacted day 1, and so that kind of supports those early years of cash flow.
Gotcha. My question is, what happens if the projections do not come in as realized, even to make the city revenue neutral?
That's the beautiful part about a non-recourse bond. It's not on the city's general fund, it's on the investors. Would you like to speak to that? I apologize, I'm a little hoarse. Would you like to speak to that more?
Leonard was trying to talk about the non-recourse nature of the bonds, which is, this is not city debt, nor does the city have, they expressly have no moral obligation. And so the buyers of those bonds understand that there is no recourse to the municipality. And with that, they are taking the risk. But to mitigate the risk, we have a higher debt service coverage, which ensures excess revenues going to the city. And we also, the bond buyers also fund their own debt service reserve funds that ultimately cover 2 years worth of debt service. So the city's financial advisor, they've done a lot of sensitivities to show, like, if 100% of the projections didn't happen, all the way down to between 0 and 46%. At 46%, there's still surplus revenues that are shared. So I encourage everybody to really look at those analyses and those sensitivities that are on the public website.
Mr. Young?
This isn't a question, but a statement. I'm sorry. You've referenced the documents a few times, and I respect that. And in all due respect, we initially, it was our intent to build 3 new schools for $110 million. We're now about to spend $150 million. So a document that says right now $235 million. I have as much faith and confidence in those numbers as I do that there's a pot of gold at the end of every rainbow. I'm on record opposing this project. I'm going to call it what it is. I'm sorry if it's not polite, but it is a boondoggle. The constituents, my neighbors in the 4th District, are overwhelmingly opposed to this, and I'll have no party to it. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions for presenters at this time? Okay. Would like to, Ms. Gibson?
Regarding the agenda, I just wanted to request that we next discuss the potential closing of the 2 schools and then discuss rezoning. There are lots of folks in the audience that I know are eager to hear that conversation, as well as probably people at home that are watching the live stream and eager to get to bed. So I would request that we move those items up on the agenda.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Ms. Gibson, when we amended the agenda, yes. So that was not the order that we amended the agenda. Based on the board's pleasure. So next item.
The next item is 4.02, receive the 2017-2018 student activity funds. Audits, I'm sorry.
Ms. Gibson.
I would like to note that the board agenda can be amended at any time in the meeting, 1. Secondly, I did request that the items be moved up in the agenda during the discussion, and my colleague, Mr. Barlow, also sent an email this evening, I believe, requesting that item be moved up in the agenda as well. And so I think, again, the folks in the audience are eager to have us engage in this discussion, and I see no reason why we not allow us to talk about those things that are at the forefront of the community dialogue at the moment.
So noted.
Yeah.
I should understand what I think the reflection, but also I would be like, I'm not the I love to take care of my car. I came back and it went down. What happened? So basically, maybe your home yeah.
Board members, it is the consensus of the board. Yeah, what is the consensus of the board? To move the item up, and also we need to keep in mind that Mr. Becker is a guest with information to the board. So again, what is the board's pleasure? To move up the discussion of rezoning, rezoning and discuss repurposing of Bellevue and Elkhart Thompson. And if that's the pleasure of the board, we would proceed. So we will have before your presentation.
Understood.
Thank you for your patience.
So the next item is to discuss repurposing Bellevue and Elkhart Thompson Middle School.
So board members, this item was amended item on the agenda, and so do you have a question regarding repurposing of Bellevue and Elkhart Thompson? Because board members, please be reminded that we did ask the rezoning advisory committee to provide the board 3 to 5 recommendations, and also Mr. Young is the chairperson of the ad hoc committee to look at our facilities that are not in use, but are still on RPS books and repurposed. So I just want everyone to keep that in mind. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, I requested this item to be added to the agenda because closing a school, repurposing a school, that's a big decision to make, and I don't believe that it can be put on the back of a rezoning committee. So I think it's worth reminding the public that the decision to close the school is the responsibility of the school board. It requires a public hearing, and so I think moving forward, we should have conversations as it pertains to potentially closing the school as a distinct discussion item. I am concerned that there is not adequate awareness about this particular proposal in the community. And so my hope is to hear more from the administration, what this potential repurposing is, how it would work, and then and this is also a request that I sent via email, so this should not be a surprise. But then I think from a process standpoint, my hope is that the board listen to the interest of potentially closing or repurposing, and that we schedule the necessary public hearing, and then once the board makes a decision on the potential closing of the school, that then any recommendations or options that are presented by the rezoning committee then reflect that board vote. Because I think that combining these two large decisions in this one rezoning effort, I think, serves the process of injustice. This is a hugely important decision that largely is going to impact, again, the largely African American population of that school, and I think we have to do that process right.
Ms. Owen and Ms. Burke, and before we answer those questions, Mr. Young, you may can speak to the ad hoc committee that the board agreed to in order to consider repurposing some school closure. So the board did make an agreement to create the ad hoc committee. As a chairperson, would you like to speak at this time before we?
Just real briefly, correct, just as a reminder, as part of the rezoning process, when we initiated the rezoning advisory committee, three of my esteemed colleagues are seated on, we also created another committee that isn't nearly as important, but still has an important role to play, and specifically in identifying those opportunities to, for example, perhaps surplus buildings or sell those buildings, a better way of saying it, and or just consider alternative uses, etc. Well, maybe I should just remind everybody, so we have had conversations relevant to, for example, the facility just down the street on Route 1 that I'd refer to as the Altria building. We've had conversations pertinent to our RPS Center. We've had conversations even relevant to Elkhart Thompson. But the point is, the risk of stating the obvious, make sure that we're getting the most out of them, getting the maximum out of the minimum, and directing those dollars into our schools where we have students, rather than buildings where we don't.
Thank you. Ms. Owen, then Ms. Burke.
Well, I would just point out that one of the charges to the committee was expediting student placement in modern facilities after rezoning through a variety of measures, including new school construction as well as potential consolidations and closures. So that was part of the charge for the committee to consider those things. Of course, the committee can only make recommendations for all of them. Every single piece of the rezoning is decided by this board. None of it is decided by the committee. I'm not sure they all remember that, but that's the fact. The fact is, the school board will take recommendations from the committee for whatever they recommend, and they can adopt a committee recommendation, they can throw out all the committee recommendations, and that includes potential consolidations and closures. All that is just something that they can consider as they are doing this work. Thank you.
Ms. Burke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Be mindful that tomorrow night is the meeting in the East End at Peter Paul Development Center. Our committee has worked, all the committees have worked very hard. And as you stated earlier, Madam Chair, the opportunity to put before the board between 3 to 5 choices. It may be closure from the community, it may not be closure, it may be to repurpose, it may be just the opposite, it may be to keep it as it is. But I don't want to put the cart before the horse. And I think it's only fair tomorrow night that we allow our parents and our students and our faculty, whomever, and those persons in the East End community as well. I want us to be fair to the committee as well in terms of discussing at this point a closure, because as Ms. Owens just stated, the first step is to get the recommendations from the group. Then we vote per our constituency what's for us. So I don't want them to feel, oh, we're going to close or repurpose, or no, we want to stay fair. I have my own thoughts regarding, but I need to speak for others as well. Hope that's understood.
And the recommendations, 3 to 5 recommendations, are due to come to the board the first meeting in November. Mr. Young.
Yeah, on this topic, I'm not going to spend any time on this. Everybody knows my perspective, but I do hope that we will sooner rather than later identify the resources to raise the current Elkhart Thompson building, just for two reasons. Just as a reminder, the estimates project something like $50,000 a year just to mothball it, which I'm sure we can all identify a better way to spend $50,000. But yes, Linda, you're looking at me. But there's also but. Yes, it's going to be expensive to tear it down and haul away the debris. I get that. Somewhere between perhaps $750,000 and $1 million. So anyhow, I just want to. Everybody knows where I stand. Everybody knows where all my neighbors stand. They want that building down. It's an awful building. A lot of my neighbors would like to hold on to the property, but would like to tear down what's really in a shameful state. The building, but we did make some really good improvements, I will say, over the summer. Really did. So kudos to Darren's team and for our volunteers and for Shandae's team too.
And also, just like to remind board members that it is a requirement to have public hearings when we are talking about closing a school or renaming a school. So there is a process. And right, I'm sorry, the rezoning recommendations, the 3 to 5 recommendations, this board is required to have public hearings. So please note that we will comply, follow board policy. Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think it is critical importance that we define in some way, shape, or form what this what it says repurposing on the documentation. We have given no clarity as to what repurposing is, and there are many in the community that feel that it is a euphemism for closing the school. You know, I did not vote in support of the board goals, and the reason being that they were so very vague, and I think deferring the power of the elected school board to the committee to make a recommendation as important as potentially closing the school, I think does not reflect the governance. It doesn't. I don't think that the folks that voted us in office, we're representing them well by making a decision like that. So again, I think that at a minimum, we need to provide some clarification as to what that is. And the committee has asked us for more direction more than once. And so I think, should we provide the committee with the direction to either close the school or not close the school? I don't think that we would be ruffling any of our appointed members' feathers. And furthermore, I think we would earn the respect of the folks that voted for us, which expect us to make decisions like that.
Just to remind everyone, this board did review the questions that the committee that they had for the board, and we responded to those questions to make sure that we did not leave anything on the table, or that the committee members, the committee members, RAC committee members did not leave without their questions being answered. We agreed to receive the 3 to 5 recommendations at the first meeting in November. This board agreed to also receive 3 to 5 recommendations. And again, as I stated before, as a part of those recommendations, this board will require to have public hearings. And so, Mr. Young, as the chairperson of the ad hoc committee, this may be the time to define the scope of work for the committee so that we can move forward as a committee, ad hoc committee.
Yeah, thank you for giving me that entree. Yeah, I mean, I would, again, my position on consolidation is first, the outlier on the board, so I recognize that. But I do agree that if we are going to have a conversation, let me say it this way, I would welcome the conversation this evening. I think that would be constructive relative to a couple of schools that we've heard bandied about, including yours truly's proposals, but specifically Bellevue, and we'll leave it at Bellevue. Because everything else I don't think has been included in an option. So.
Ms. Dorr. Ms. Dorr.
So I think, I mean, I agree. Maybe at the next board meeting, we can talk about what is the scope of the committee, maybe some kind of rough draft to have something to react to, because I do think it'll be the next work that we all have to do. As it relates to the RAC, we did approve, and I know Ms. Gibson did not vote for it, but we did approve 8 with one extension, and one of the goals is expediting student placement in modern facilities after rezoning through a variety of measures, including new school construction, as well as potential consolidations and closures. So I guess in order to be clear with the RAC, I'm not saying, I think it's well within their purview to recommend a new school construction, or if they feel a school consolidation. I would also argue that there's been a lot of good ideas that have come out of the RAC, and I personally would like to empower them to recommend all sorts of ideas. I think the open enrollment ideas that have come through the RAC, the magnet school ideas that have come through the RAC are all great ideas. They're not specifically rezoning related. I do agree, though, that ultimately all of those decisions need to come to us and need to be debated by us as a board. But I'm personally fine with lots of options being on the table.
Mr. Young.
So I think we're all saying some of the same thing, and we're saying something different. And I think Kenya's point is that she would like for us to essentially vote up or down, for example, on Bellevue, and what is our intent for that school, and if we're going to repurpose it or close it, etc. And I am, I am ready for that conversation. I'm not sure everybody else is up here is ready for that conversation, but if we, let's have it tonight.
Well, also, just kind of get some clarity. So we have not received the recommendations from the committee. So upon receiving those recommendations in November, then we could create the scope of work for that, the repurposing, school consolidation based on the recommendations from the committee. And I guess right now need to consensus from the board as to proceed with this process. Because we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, and we have not received the recommendations from the committee. Ms. Cosby.
Thank you. I will just say this in regards to Bellevue. I do understand that there is concern that is the word purpose used interchangeably for closure. I think that, so that has to be clear perhaps at your meeting tomorrow night, that is very clear what the intent is. But also, we have received some options regarding school parents, and we received a budget that that highlighted how much it would cost for, potentially how much it would cost for the school parent. This is an option, however, with the Bellevue repurposing that we have not, I guess, received, no, if we repurpose, because as a new determine how it's gonna be repurposed. So if it's repurposed for a middle school, what would that look like? If it's repurposed for a high school, what would that look like? So I do think maybe after more discussion, getting an idea of what the committee means by repurposing, and then I think to get some more details in terms of an implementation, a budget implementation, what would that look like, would be good. So, just so we clearly define repurpose so that people don't walk away thinking it's just closure, or if that's not the intent.
Thank you, Ms. Cosby, for those comments. Ms. Burke?
I'm very concerned, as I stated earlier. We have parents and families that are going together tomorrow at that facility to speak about rezoning. This will be their first meeting. To make a decision tonight before you, and knowing we have other meetings before us, and we don't have the costs. This whole conversation right now baffles me greatly. Number one, I don't think it's fair. Can we wait until the next meeting? At least finish going through our RAC meetings as listed. And furthermore, to have that listed, that should have been done from the very beginning. When we plan the organizations, the groups, and appointed persons to serve on committees, and folks have worked hard. They have worked diligently. And to tell them at this date before our meeting tomorrow night, I would be very upset as a parent, and I am very upset that Bellevue's name right now is even out there. There are other schools in the city, and I can call the names and tell you the numbers too, that are smaller than Bellevue, and they have space. So we'll put them all out.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you. So from a process standpoint, I wanted to note, firstly, that this other committee really is irrelevant to this discussion. So that this committee is for, we coined it the VPC, the Vacant Non-Instructional Surplus Property Committee. And the purpose was to compile a list of all vacant, non-instructional, and surplus properties, determine the legal title holder, and current estimated value of all such properties, explore different financial mechanisms to maximize benefit to RPS. Goes on, but there's nothing in that committee that has anything to do with closing an existing school or repurposing an existing school that's currently in operation. So I just want to make sure that that is clear. And there is no discussion. I'm not recommending that we vote on this evening because we can't by law. My recommendation is that we get clarity on what the repurposing is. As Ms. Cosby noted, I think we do a disservice to the community to put a word on there that nobody knows exactly what that is. I mean, it's common sense. And so I think that we need to define what it is. And then I think that this board should dialogue about that and have a vote, and potentially a public hearing if indeed the word repurposing actually means closure.
So again, we're expecting to receive the 3 to 5 recommendations from the committees. And before we can enact on any of those recommendations, those recommendations may include school closure, may include recommendation to build a new school. Again, it all requires public hearings. So if there is no motion at the time, we can move to the next item. Mr. Young.
Point of clarification, next item is the rezoning, because some of our conversation blended between those two.
Right, so the administration has an update regarding the rezoning information. So next item.
Receive an update on rezoning.
That's 5.04.
He's gonna not do that.
Good evening. I will be standing in for Mr. Simmons this evening on the cost estimates. This is the same presentation we shared last week. Thank you, Dr. Harris. At John Marshall for an implementation meeting. And so I'll walk everyone through this, and then of course we'll have to take questions. So there were basically 3 buckets of cost considerations that we looked at. First and foremost, the costs related to potential pairing, and there are 5 aspects to this: school leadership, academics, student family experience, facilities, and transportation. By no means is this exhaustive, but this was certainly the key elements that came up during our discussions. Second bucket is costs related to the potential closure of Thompson and repurposing of Bellevue. As you will see in the presentation, until the committee or the board, obviously ultimately it's the board's decision, but until there's clarity about what that is, we're not able to make any concrete estimates. And then some costs related to overall project management and communications. So with that, diving into school leadership, and again, these are all just initial recommendations from the administration. None of this is in any way binding, merely recommendation at this point, and again, all draft. So on leadership, our recommendation would be that each school in a pairing, and we're approaching this on a per pairing basis just to make the math simple. We were recommending that each school in a pairing have its own principal and leadership team. At the same time, we would want to take very intentional efforts, including a structured team building retreat, to foster collaboration and communication between the leadership teams, 2 schools in a pairing. In addition, our recommendation would be that both schools, or all 3 schools in a cluster, would have the same principal director, which would ensure consistency on matters related to instruction and school culture, operations, family and community engagement, amongst other factors. And the principal director would establish structures to ensure that the 2 leadership teams are in frequent communication with each other, including weekly scheduled meetings to foster that collaboration. As we think about costs, the item that appears at this point to be an incremental cost would be food and other costs related to the structured team building, community building retreats, and we hallmark that at $2,500 per parent. Moving on to academics, this is something which obviously came up quite a bit in the discussions thus far. A number of individuals noted that pairings would likely create a very diverse set of learners. And so one of the proposals we have here is to have an additional dedicated reading and math specialist. Those are folks working with students, and then as well as a reading and math coach who would support teachers with differentiation and supporting students who are at a diverse range of proficiencies. In addition, on professional development, we would recommend additional training and support on, again, meeting the needs of learners with diverse proficiencies, understanding how implicit bias can affect instructional decisions, and implementing asset-based classroom management techniques. For the reading and math specialists, estimated at $160,000 per pairing, with a per FTE cost of $80,000. Same with the math coaches, and then a rough estimate of $50,000 per pairing on the contracted professional development to assist with some of those other matters. On the student family experience, the issue that most came up was the impact of the transition from 2nd grade to 3rd grade, which is a significant matter to address. One of the items that we got feedback on that would be helpful is to have a very intentional, quote-unquote, moving up plan that would include a series of meetings and events starting in the spring for students, as they were going to make that transition, so that academic and other information could be transferred from second grade teachers to third grade teachers. Also giving opportunities for parents, caregivers, families, going from a lower elementary campus to the upper elementary campus to meet, and then certainly the same for students as well, so that that transition would not be jarring, but one that was mapped out over a series of events and meetings, and kids feeling more prepared and teachers feeling more prepared for that as well. In addition, working to set up a process to coordinate major school events like back to school nights, family teacher conferences, report card pickups, so that families with children in, say, a lower campus and an upper campus would be able to fully participate in their children's activities without having conflicts. And then, as an effort of broader community building, not just for students and staff, but also for the communities, we're recommending a set of summer engagement events to help build that sense of community. And again, here, a rough estimate on these events at $10,000 per parent for food, communications, and other materials that we missed. Moving to facilities, we've had some high-level conversations about potentially the need for retrofitting schools with more bathrooms for pre-K, K, and first grade classrooms. I did want to note that existing schools are not required to have those facilities for those classrooms, though new schools are. Regardless, it's best practice, and we would recommend taking that step. Given current construction environment, we estimated that at about $20,000 per bathroom. Each pairing is about 5 to 7 bathrooms would likely be necessary, so there you have the estimate of $100,000 to $140,000 per pairing. Moving to transportation, and again, this is difficult to fully model given some unknowns in terms of how many kids would still walk or would still have parent transportation or not, but based upon some estimates, we believe a parent would likely need at least 1, potentially 2 additional full bus routes, a new bus, a new driver, and then depending upon some after-school transportation issues, potentially additional funds there as well. You can see the estimated costs on that front. And so then on the next slide you have the summary. The shorthand is roughly between $600,000 and almost $850,000 per parent. I did want to note one of the issues that is not addressed in the presentation but has come up and I did want to address is this issue of Title I funding. The Title I threshold is 40% low income, and the current numbers for the pairing suggest that even after the pairing, both schools in a pairing would likely be above that threshold. And so there would likely not be a loss of Title I funding. I should note, even if it were to fall below 40%, there is a way to have what's in essence called targeted Title I funding for the low-income students who are in a school. Just requires more work to make that happen, but I did want to address that issue since it did come up. So very important. Moving to Thompson and Bellevue, I believe, and someone can correct me, but in all of the current proposals being considered, Thompson closes. And again, that's a board decision. I'm just talking about what the RAC has discussed. And if we wanted to raise the Thompson building, ballpark estimate between $750,000 up to potentially $1.5 million, as we've discussed, and as was raised this evening, costs for construction are continuing to escalate. Also, given the age of Thompson, it's likely there's significant lead and asbestos abatement, which makes the process On Bellevue, we weren't really sure what to do because we're not exactly sure yet what the committee is saying. I think we'll get more clarity on that at the next RAC meeting. If it were in fact a complete closure, there is the question of what happens with the facility. If it is a repurposing in the sense that I think most people would think of a repurposing as in it's a school of another ilk, if it were some sort of magnet, as I've shared regarding Carver and other places, to really do a specialty school, you need to have additional staff and resources and curriculum materials, not just put a banner up. And so it would likely be several $100,000 to make that a reality. But again, until the administration knows what the RAC is recommending and certainly what the board ultimately decides, it's a little bit tough to fully price that out. And then last, we certainly agree that if the board ultimately decided to go down a path that included a option that required more work, like a pairing, as distinct from simply moving lines for the new schools, we would likely need some additional project management support. I think we can also agree that we can never do enough communications on this. I think we've learned some lessons on that already, and so we'd like to add additional support on that as well, particularly if you had a pairing situation where there's a lot of change going on, so we thought it would be prudent to build that in as well. I'll take any questions.
Ms. Dorr?
This might be a topic for another meeting potentially, but I do think that this process has surfaced a lot of questions about Title I, and I feel like we need to get smarter on it. Particularly, there are some high schools as well. You know, TJ might be eligible, Huguenot might be eligible. So my question as it relates to Title I is, if additional schools move under the Title I banner, does that increase the pie in a proportional way? My understanding is that it increases the pie, but not, it might decrease overall funding to each school.
I'm going to ask Dr. Abt to come up and speak to that. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. The total district divisional allotment is based on our enrollment and our projected enrollment of students living in poverty based on CEP numbers. So it doesn't increase the total pie. The more schools you add based on their enrollment, it will adjust the school-based allocations. There's several different ways that we can configure our allocations based on district decisions. And so we've been in conversation with the VDOE about both Huguenot and TJ given their feeder patterns, because the way the division has done it for years, they haven't been eligible, but their enrollment suggests otherwise. So we are looking to do that early on in the application cycle for next school year.
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. I'm going to follow up for you on that. So, so I assume the same logic applies with the targeted Title I funding. So if we did pursue that for schools that went above the 40% threshold, then it would be a reallocation of those funds as opposed to drawing it back.
Correct. The threshold for comprehensive improvement, or what we call school-wide resource allocation, is 40% low income. And so it's always recommended that where you can do comprehensive support, you do, just because targeted support requires really on top, in addition to already intensive monitoring, very intensive monitoring to make sure those funds only serve a certain set of students. So even the VDOE recommends wherever possible to do comprehensive support.
Thank you.
Ms. Dorr?
My second question is related to the transportation costs. It feels, and has been noted to me, that it feels low. So I was wondering if you could comment on how those costs were created and the estimate was developed and your confidence in that number.
It's an excellent question. I'm going to respectfully ask the board's grace to have Dr. Simmons prepare prepare some detail on that and share it with you. I'm just not personally well versed in the details behind it, and he will be back tomorrow, and we can have him put something together and get that to you.
Ms. Dorr.
That would be great. And it seems like there are some desire for some additional costs after tomorrow's meeting with Bellevue getting clarity on what a repurposing cost would look like. I also think it would be worthwhile to see a cost estimate around magnet programs so that we can understand those costs. And lastly, I know that open enrollment is a separate but related decision, but I would like to see costs as it relates to open enrollment and providing transportation for OE children.
Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of thoughts. One is I wanted to thank the administration for the robocall. I received the robocall about 20 minutes before this meeting. And I would like to request that future robocalls are tailored to the community that they're being sent to. So, for instance, I think it's important to provide just a little bit of context as to what might be happening. So, for students or families that are at Bellevue, that they be aware that there is potentially repurposing on the table, that for families that are in communities in the South Side, what these changes might look like so that they have a little bit more insight as to what's happening. In regards to the hearing budget itself, I think that for me, as I read it, it looks like the pairing is really largely defined by some community building, and I think if I'm unclear as to what makes this a true pair without having a shared building administrator. So I think that it would be important to continue dialogue as to whether that would be something that would be of value. I think that one other thing, this is a minor thing, that there was a typo, I think, regarding transportation on the document. And I think the last question I have, it was something that's been noted in the community in terms of process, and this is something that I'm unsure of as well. So, adopting this proposal ahead of the budget process, I worry that this could put these funds essentially ahead of other stuff that, we have agreed to through the development of the strategic plan. And so I want to make sure that we are very clear, how this integrates with the budget development process and the approval and moving forward.
Ms. Cosby, Dr. Sapini.
Thank you, and I just wanted to reiterate, during the last meeting that we had our presentation, several members did ask the question, which I thought was really important. If we can differentiate, we had the cost, but the meeting was done. I don't think so. What would be the recurring cost? So, not just one-time cost, to pull out the recurring cost, we have to be very conscious of if we, as we look at these options. So, we can make sure that that's pulled out. But also, thank you, Ms. Dorr, for bringing up just the cost for also magnet programs as well. I'll be honest with you. Quite frankly, I know, diversity is one of the goals, and the pairing is has been put forth as a way to address diversity. But I'll be honest, if I'm looking at MLK, nothing's being forward. There is no diversification in terms of socioeconomic. We East End, so I don't want us to lose sight of that. Pairing is not the end all be all. I know it's not intended to be. But I do want us to think broader, as we go through this process too. I know that, the principal at MLK would say, hey, you know, we have, and at Armstrong, you know, we have so many, housing developments that feed into our school. And thus far, nothing has addressed that, which I don't want us to overlook. And I'm not saying that, you know, I don't know if busing students or anything like that would be an option. I really don't. I don't think. But I want to make sure that there are definitely resources as we talk about these magnet programs, that it is within our communities, to increase, the rigor in our schools and outcomes.
Thank you from everyone for the feedback. We will create another iteration of this based on feedback we got this evening, the other night at John Marshall. Also, once we get a little bit more clarity from the committee around what exactly are they proposing, if anything, with Bellevue, so we can update it and have another version for the board, the committee, the public to consider.
Dr. Sapini, Mr. Barlow, and Ms. Dorr.
Thank you. I have a few questions, and then there was quite a few questions that came out of the Westover Hills community from Woodland Heights that I want to share. As it pertains to some of the requests that we've made in the past pertaining to new construction and things of that nature from the city, we haven't got any of that, so is that safe to say we won't be able to get it, or?
Oh, you mean in terms of
any new
what's developed through us? Yes, we have requested, and my hope is that we would have any of that information at hopefully at the next meeting, so that folks can consider that. My understanding is a lot of it is in flux, but whatever isn't, we can certainly have and take into consideration. Certainly, I think what I was told is most of the things that would have the largest impact related to sort of Richmond 300 long-term planning wouldn't actually affect things over the next 3 to 5 years. It's more of a 10+ year kind of thing. But to the extent there are things that are more immediate, yes, we are certainly trying to get that information.
Okay. Also, as it pertains to new construction, there are some new housing developments going on over Warden and Sims, which would impact the Woodland Heights community. And their concern was, for one, that a small portion of Woodland Heights is supposed to go over to Blackwell. And so, out in that region, so I know what the rationale was for that, you know?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Allen on this one. I just don't know the details. I'm not actually on the committee.
I went back and looked at the map, and I think that the last iteration moved the line. So it's not Woodland Heights, but it is this, what is it, Spring? Yeah, but not Woodland Heights, it's the line.
Right, but that really is very much concerned because it's in
Yes.
Oh, sure. They move there, only to have to move them back at some point.
Well,
because they will move there.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the city hasn't come to talk to us, but Style Weekly had a very extensive look at new construction in Richmond. It was, I thought, why didn't the city come and share this with us?
Right. Well, I don't want to rely on it.
But there definitely are two in the Blackwell zone, but one of them they haven't even broken ground on yet. So who knows what it's going to look like, and it's right on the river. So I'm thinking it's going to be higher end. That's just a thought. then there's the big one over there on, the campus of, Virginia Theological Seminary. I mean, not Virginia, Union Theological Seminary. That one is already open. And I assume that's gonna have children in our schools now and certainly next fall. The one on Sims, right by Cowarden, they have barely started digging a hole. So I don't know how many children we're looking at right away. But yeah, because we keep adding children to our schools, we keep adding people to our wonderful city. What did they tell me? 30,000 more people in Richmond now than there were the last census. So it is. I'm sorry that the people won't come and talk to us about it, because that would have been very helpful to have some kind of firm thinking about what kind of affordability is going to be in these places. Are we anticipating, are they all 1-bedroom apartments? Are they 2- and 3-bedroom apartments? Are they duplexes?
So, oh, I'm sorry.
Let's see, also, does the data reflect the number of students that go to Patrick Henry that live in the Woodland Heights community?
Again, I just don't know the data at that level. I don't know if Ms. Owens is.
The only way I can think of that it would be live in and attend out.
What is that reflected? Because in all the presentations, Patrick Henry is not there.
No, because that's all lottery and it's not. Right. But for every school, you know, they've given us this many students live in this zone and go somewhere else. And then so many students in this zone come from other places. So I would think that for Woodland Heights, the only way they'd be in there is they live in Woodland Heights, but they attend out, because Patrick Henry would be attend out.
You know that definitive?
So that information should be captured in the data that we have.
Oh, you know
10
where?
out, 10 in.
Dr. Sweeney, we can certainly refer all
I
this.
don't want to guess.
No, I'm saying I don't have it
okay.
off the top of my head.
That's certainly
yeah. We can, Dr. Harris is capturing it all, we will make sure to get it.
Also, pre-K, yes, no? Getting any information about that?
Would you share more? Oh, you mean the number of pre-K kids that are expected to go into kindergarten?
Right, I know that we did not include pre-K.
Well, the number of kids that are expected in the number of 4-year-olds that are expected in kindergarten are accounted. What is not in the study that Crawford did is the number of, my understanding, but Linda could correct me, is the number of 3-year-olds going into 4-year-old pre-K, because our centers are not, there aren't quote unquote zones. But Linda, you would probably know that better than I would.
We try. We don't have any data on 3-year-olds.
So I think my understanding, and we can get this for you, is the number of 4-year-olds is based on the number of 3-year-olds, and it's all in the demographic projections. But again, I will bring that back to Mr. Carver to make sure we give you a fully satisfactory answer.
As it pertains to pairing or the rezoning as a whole, have we gotten, or was the teachers and staff, were they asked what their thoughts were so that we can get a more, more input? Because rather than just only using the folks that live in certain districts or in the city for that matter. Some teachers may not live in the city, but they work in the city, in the schools on the front lines, so they may have different views that we're not maybe not be thinking about.
No, look, I think it's an excellent idea. We are not directly engaged with the staff of the potentially parent schools, in part because really wanted to let the committee do its work and guide the conversation. That being said, I think if the committee sends the board any pairing proposals amongst the 3 to 5, I think absolutely there needs to be a very intentional effort, not just with the communities, but with the teachers and all the staff at these schools, so that the board can get a sense of what is their thinking. I think that would be very valuable and important for the process.
Absolutely. Some of the things that I'm asking are things that I would have liked to have seen a very long time ago. Just to include as much feedback as possible, so that well, let me speak for myself, so I can make an educated, decision, and we haven't had any of that, so it makes it very problematic. And even as far as transportation as a whole, not just with parents, what's the impact of even if you kids go with Blackwell or anything else? What's the impact of transportation? What's the potential cost, or number of buses or drivers? We're already short, we're not getting paid, so on and so forth.
Again, I think just as a matter of process, and again, I'll let Linda, if she wants to chime in, really letting the RAC come up with proposals. And then there's going to be time for the board to consider them, for us to have official public hearings, to gather additional input based upon the actual proposals that the RAC sends forward. There's been a lot of iterations, and so we, again, wanted to let the RAC do its work, to gather their feedback, to make some recommendations, and then based on that, I think there is a number of things that we should do to make sure that you feel you have the information you need to make a decision. But right now, there's no decision before the board. So we're still waiting for the RAC to ultimately come up with its menu of recommendations.
I'm just concerned that we're short on time as it pertains to the agreed deadlines. Thank you.
Mr. Barlow, Ms. Dorr, Ms. Cosby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fortunately, I waited long enough to hear a lot of my questions get brought up again, but I'll list a couple of things that I'd like to see. I thought Dr. Spini brought up a really good point about getting employee feedback, teacher feedback. I have had the opportunity to have a discussion with all the teachers at one of the elementary schools in my district, and it was very informative. I hope to do the same with the other school in the next couple of weeks. But I think it's really important for our instructional leaders at the school level to weigh in there. So I'd be interested to see that. I'm glad that transportation was brought up. Look forward to hearing more details on how those numbers were derived. I also would appreciate more information about what a specialty program may cost, so I'm glad to hear that. And then the last piece I had a question about is related to the reading and math specialists and coaches at the respective schools in the event of a pairing. I think I'm glad to see that, because I do think that we need to be doing more from anything we can, I should say, from an instructional standpoint to support, particularly in the event that the students are going through these types of transitions. But I do think a number of the students that we would be trying to support in these cases already have those needs. So I'd like to engage in more discussion about how we may be able to prioritize these reading and math specialists and coaches for these schools, no matter whether we pair or not.
Ms. Dorr and Ms. Cosby.
One question that I think I know the answer to, but I just want to make sure is the costs are for one pairing, so like 2 elementary schools, 1 pairing, or not? Okay. And
right. So if you had like 4 elementary schools, 2 and 2, you have to double.
My second question is, I think this came from the Office of Community Engagement, but I just wanted to confirm a flyer that's going home to children. I wanted to, is that happening or is that a Mary Milford thing?
It has happened.
Okay. There's a great flyer that went out today, which includes survey results, which are some survey questions, which is great, and then also information about the upcoming meeting, which I think is also great. So thank you for that and for responding to those requests. Appreciate it.
Ms. Cosby, Ms. Burke.
I just want to reiterate again that it is imperative that we get information about new developments from the city before we move forward. It's putting our committee at a disadvantage, and I'm not sure if it's just, you mentioned something about the 10-year projections from project from Richmond 300. But I'm not sure if that's necessarily, it might be, it's just in terms of economic development and planning, another arm related to some of the housing development, so affordable housing. So it's just, I mean, we've said it ad nauseum, we've said it since the beginning, and I just don't understand it. But second, Dr. Sweeney brought up a good point regarding pre-K. So I know we have not included numbers for our 3-year-olds going into our pre-K program. However, if we can get that information specifically as it pertains to those pairing options that have been put forth, I know of consideration with some members, they're concerned, am I gonna have not just 2 transitions, but 3 transitions? So from pre-K to K to 2, and then from 3 to 5.
Yes.
And I can't remember, I just can't remember right now what's going to happen anyway, so yes, so if we can get that information, that would be good.
Ms. Burke.
Yes, just thinking, thank you, Madam Chair. Just thinking, just as we had a presentation earlier, I know that the request has been made of the city to give us that data regarding the new buildings and new sites, and it hasn't come through. So maybe we need to invite this gentleman back, Leonard, Mrs. Sled, back, or someone from his department, because we do need that information. And we've asked, so maybe we need to go in a different direction to get it.
If I could have the board's indulgence, let me try one more time tomorrow and impress upon them the need for this. And if I am not successful, I will let the board leadership know, and I think that would be a good next step.
Ms. Owen.
I just want to say to some of the teachers here, it is true that we have not specifically targeted teachers, but I have heard from teachers. I have gotten emails from teachers. I think we've seen comments through the website from teachers. I will say not from school leaders, but certainly from teachers. And if you haven't emailed us or gone on the website and done the comments, please do. And say, I am a teacher at this school, and this is my concern because I live here and I have children in daycare, whatever is your concern, because those are some of the ones I've heard. So be assured that we all get plenty of emails and we read them all. So right on.
Mr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm gonna give this one more try and see if I have any more success this evening. But I would like to motion that this body
invite the committee, the rezoning advisory committee, in their 3 to 5 proposals, or options rather, submit at least one option that addresses principally just our 3 new schools. That constitutes my motion, Madam Chair.
Is there a second? So the motion is failed for the. We can have discussion, but there is no second. Okay. Can you write it down, Mr. Young? So the motion was made by Mr. Young and seconded by Ms. Cosby. I hope so too. So the motion was made by Mr. Young, seconded by Ms. Cosby. The school board invites the rezoning advisory committee, right, to include in the 3 to 5 options out at least, at least one option that principally address the 3 new school buildings.
Madam Chair, I mean, I know I said it, but I do want to add, if we can add to that and to address overcrowding in the south side of.
I second that motion.
Friendly motion. I like it.
Are you going to?
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
So we got it.
Add.
So just add. Yeah, so any discussion? Dr. Sapini? Ms. Cosby? Oh, I'm sorry.
As you all know, I've said a few times now as far as my main concern about the overcrowding on the south side. That being said, is why I'm supporting that motion, because I don't think we are doing enough on the south side with a couple of little, moves here and there to address the extensive overcrowding that's solely unfair to those 4 particular schools.
Call the question.
The motion was made by Mr. Young, seconded by Ms. Cosby, that the school board invite the rezoning advisory committee to include in the 3 to 5 options at least one option that principally addresses the 3 new school buildings and to address overcrowding in the south side. Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Ms. Cosby?
Yes.
Ms. Burke? Yes. Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Dr. Sapini?
Yes.
Ms. Dorr?
Yes.
Ms. Page?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Next item.
The next item is 4.02, receive the 2017 2018 student activity funds.
We don't know.
No, we're not discussing.
What's happening? Our auditor people?
They're coming.
Hi.
I saw you reading ahead.
I did read it.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I knew some of the members had left. So.
Don't mind them, just go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. Thank you for letting me come tonight to give you the results of the 17-18 activity fund audits. I know you have a full agenda. I'll try and keep it relatively brief. Obviously, I heard you in the past where all you've asked questions. I'm happy to try and answer any questions I could.
17-18 is what this is, not 18.
It's 2 years. It's 17 and 18. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
19 has not been performed yet.
Okay. Thank you.
As you see me present to you, like CAFR and so forth in the past, there are certain required communications under the auditing standards I have to do at the beginning and ending of each audit. I have a relatively short slide deck here to make sure I comply with those requirements. You'll see some of this information as Rob's very obvious. I know we have to do an audit, but the standards require me to positively affirm these items each time because they don't presume people have been part of the process either beginning, middle, or end, or even in prior years. So I have to do it each time. I'll talk about my engagement services, the audit results, and some examples of the matters we found during our testing. With regards to our engagement services, and this is not only just for the activity funds, but we were hired to do the audit of the financial statements for the activity funds, but also to remind you, we also do your audit of the comprehensive annual financial report, and also we do an audit under the single, we call it single audit now, but the official name is uniform guidance and the state specifications, which we've already presented those to you also. In regards to the audit status for the SAF funds, our opinion on the 17 and 18 financial statements is what we call modified. What that really means to you is it's clean. It means the statements are prepared in accordance with a cash basis of accounting, which is the proper accounting for this activity. In all fair respects, they're materially stated. We did have a material weakness over the overall operational structure of the financial transactions, and I'll go over some of the reasons for that weakness in a couple slides back. Nothing came to our attention that you do not comply with laws and regulations in which that non-compliance would have a material impact on your financial statements. That's actually the opinion you want on that matter there. With regards to some of the issues we encountered during our testing, and I bullet pointed these out. I'm not going to go through every one of them. It's to kind of give you an idea of the areas that occurred during our testing. I have it broken up into 3 different slides: one for disbursements, one for receipts, and one for other operational matters. As you recall, for activity funds, you don't have accruals. You have cash out the door, cash in the door. Is how the accounting is performed. We experienced areas where we had no supporting documentation for the disbursement. We had experienced areas where purchasing policies were not followed. We experienced areas where the things were not properly signed by management to approve the disbursement. Documentation for a field trip wasn't
accrued before the actual funds were collected. Just to give you an idea of some of the areas where, frankly, schools, and these are not necessarily uncommon across the state, but areas where some tightening of the controls and maybe some additional training would assist in making these matters go away. With regards to receipts, again, just trying to give you some ideas of some of the areas, we see very commonly across the state, and we saw here, receipts not being turned in timely by the teachers to the bookkeepers, and then also maybe that also caused, or didn't always cause, the untimely deposits of the money from the treasurer, from the bookkeeper into the bank. No support for receipt documentations and so forth. Receipt copies did not have copies of the actual supporting data behind it. Sometimes we found no receipt copies, period. So just again, trying to give you an idea of some of the areas that we saw that really need to be emphasized by the principals, by the district to tighten the controls over this area. I'm going to pause so Mr. Barlow is trying to get the attention of
Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want a first bite of the apple when you're done.
Okay. And then my last example issue is kind of more of an operational matter. We had instances where information for one new finance officer couldn't determine or find any information from the previous finance officer. We had outstanding checks that had been not have been cashed, and so when that goes over a certain period of time, they're required to be brought back into the books, and basically you're going to presume that it's never going to get cashed, and you bring it back in as an asset for yourself. No supporting documentation for some transfers, interfund transfers between areas, or if there was supporting documentation, they weren't approved by the principals and so forth. Those are my examples and my results of the actual audit itself in more granular detail. I did have some required communications. Again, they're both pointed out by the standards. I can't bypass one over the other that I have on the next 3 pages. I'm required to let you know if any accounting policies have changed in the organization as it relates to activity fund reporting. We're not aware of any, we didn't note any, and we're not aware of any changes in the 17-18 period. Because of the nature of the activity fund's work, there are no estimates. Again, you don't have accruals, you just have pure cash and pure cash in and pure cash out. We had no material uncorrected audit adjustments to make the statements fairly presented. We had no disagreements with management. Management was helpful, and finance management especially as they helped me try and get information from the schools and from other individuals. But we did have difficulties in performing the audit, though, as you can see from the example issues I noted so far. We had trouble getting, in some instances, auditable, complete, timely information in order to complete our work and to render our opinion. I'm required to let you know if I've ever been aware of an audit client who tries to consult another audit firm on technical matters and so forth. And again, because this is required communication, I can't bypass it, but it doesn't really account or relate to you at all. I'm required to tell you I'm not aware of any consultations. We did receive our required letter from management, which is a representation letter that is required under the audit standards each year. We do receive that as an issuance of our report. And then last but not least, we are required to constantly inform you that we are not aware of any instances, either personally for myself, my team, my firm, and so forth, where we would have any kind of relationship or transaction that would not make us independent, and therefore not make us objective and be able to perform our procedures. Those are required communications. Sorry for the picture. It hasn't been updated in a while. My apologies. Airbrushing is not those are my required communications on the audit standards. Mr. Barlow, I don't run the meeting, but you would ask for first apple.
Yes, Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, just a couple of quick questions. As you went through all the examples of issues encountered, I saw that you said one or more instance, and of course I want to believe it was only one instance of each. But I am curious to know if there were any of these issues that were recurring that we should be keeping in mind, or some that were more prominent than others.
Yeah, and I do have in both years I have a 5-page letter, so actually it's a 7-page letter. The 5 pages are the appendix, and the first 2 pages are the standard boilerplate letter that I have provided the manager that will list the actual finding and then the schools where it occurred at. So more often than not, the items you see here were more than one school. And I would say more often than not, but there are multiple instances where it's more than one instance at a school, where an invoice couldn't be provided or wasn't assigned or so forth.
Excellent, thank you. And then the question, I've got a question related to the difficulties encountered in performing the audit. I don't want to call anyone out is there a functional area that you had difficulty tracking this information down from?
It's really the amalgamation of all the issues I've noted on the sheet here. It wasn't one particular type of school, or it wasn't elementary versus middle versus high. But of course, as you can imagine, high has more transactions than middle has more than elementary. It wasn't one, using your Apple analogy, it wasn't one bad apple per se. It was more of a consistent display or acknowledgement that through our testing that the policies of the entity were not being followed for whatever reason. Whether they were being, I don't interview the people to see if they ignored it or they just, sometimes it's just pure mistake, pure errors. And that doesn't occur with humans are involved.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Young?
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate you staying around until 9:30 or whatever it is now.
Of course.
But I'm a little confused, but my confusion doesn't regard you, don't worry. But, so you, responsible for auditing our student activity funds, but we have a staff person that I understood whose principal responsibilities pertain to auditing the staff funds. So,
New principals.
She was if I understand right, yes, ma'am. She has a subsegment of the operation where it would be a new turnover in a particular school to check on.
So how many schools did you audit? Vis-a-vis how many schools did she audit?
I audited all of them. I believe from what year? I guess I shouldn't even say. I haven't seen her reports in a while. I don't know how many she would have done. I would think maybe
and
4, 6, 8. I couldn't say for certain.
I'm gonna ask something else that's kind of impolite to ask here, but you do work for a public body, so all this is public info. What's our contractual obligation? What are we compensating Sherry Becker
for the activity fund work? It's just about $100,000.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So, my question, when you talked about some of the issues with documentation that you cited, tighter or having the oversight to employ or to implement more internal controls would alleviate some of the issues that we have discovered with record keeping.
I can never say anything absolutely for certain, but I have seen that has been the results in other of my clients. It takes different venues, it takes different pieces of monitoring versus other things. But my other clients where they have less of these occurrences, they have they tend to have more oversight and more of frankly lack of checking the tires throughout the period.
So another clarifying question. So in the past, you have audited the entire school division student activity funds. Is that correct?
These are the first 2 years I've done it. I do the comprehensive annual financial report for
Oh, never mind. Right. I'm still saying that. So, I'm clear.
Okay. No, certainly.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You all have a great evening.
Next item.
The next item is 4.03, I believe, receive the legislative update.
Can I ask?
Oh, Ms. Owen,
I'm gonna ask for an agenda amendment. Ms. Arsenault has been sitting out there for this Head Start. Thank you. And maybe we move her up before we do the legislative report. The Head Start one.
So our next item is going to, well, I'm not jumping into the consensus, Madam Chair. So
Yes.
consensus is that we go to 4.05, receive and affirm Head Start governance training.
Thank you. So, good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Cameron, and other school board members. I promise I won't keep you long. I'm here to present my annual required training for Head Start, governance board training. And while your duties from last year has not changed, I just wanted to highlight a few things, especially on page 6, if you look at your packet. Yes. Well, I'll start you on page 5. So your responsibilities still remain. You have legal responsibility over our grant, the fiscal responsibility, meaning that as we write the grant, you guys make sure that we're following the grant as the way it was intended. We're spending the money, making sure all our costs are allowable. We do that. Ms. Owens sits in on our policy council meetings. She serves on our budget committee. So we present our budget every month. She reads it, they approve it, and everyone gets a chance to ask questions. So under compliance, as you can see, we have implemented the coaching model that the Head Start, Office of Head Start wanted us to do. This is our probably year 3 doing that. So where we do an assessment of all of our teachers, determine who could benefit from intensive coaching, developing corrective action plans, and making sure they have all the professional development that they need. This is our review year, so we are in year 2 of our 5-year grant. And so on page 6, I would have you look at the community assessment. It's due every 3 years, and we've done one recently, but we plan on doing another one this year just because as our neighborhoods are changing, we kind of want to look at where our eligible families are. We're in the process of getting a report from the Department of Social Services so they can tell us where all of the families that are receiving services are per zip code. Part of the north side is kind of changing, so we're noticing our enrollment is kind of going a little bit low there. So we wanted to do another community assessment just to see where those families are so that we can make sure we target them. As we write our grant this year, we also might come back to you and ask to look at our enrollment numbers. About 3 years ago, we lowered our enrollment numbers from 786 to 731, which is where we are now. But based on the community assessment, what we find, and we'll share that report with you, we may have to consider lower numbers, especially if we don't find places on the south side, which seems to always be overcrowded and where our wait list is, to move some of those slots that we would typically have in the north side to the south side. So that might be something that come across your desk. We're also going to look at our selection criteria, and we want you guys to give us some feedback. That's just how we accept families. I know you get a lot of calls. The 17th floor get a ton of calls about parents who are eligible but on the waiting list. And I think it'll be great for you guys to understand how we select those families. It's not a first come, first serve, but on a point system, their needs. So there is possibility that families are eligible, but then not accepted right away. They could be on our wait list because we found that more needy families are getting those spots. So those are the ones that I really would want you to look at this year as we move forward over the next few months, and I'll communicate with Ms. Owen about the reports would be the community assessment, our funding application, and the selection criteria. Any questions?
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks so much for staying so late with us and briefing us on this. I'm really curious to know more about the point system that you referenced.
Yes.
Is there a chance we could have some details sent out to us about
Sure.
that? Okay, thank you.
Ms. Cosmo?
Community assessment, how often do we go to that? We do community assessment.
It's every 3 years. This year is saying every 5. So we done one. We did one last year when we wrote the grant. But because things are changing, and I've noticed in north of the river, our numbers are kind of low. I think we need to do another one, especially just on the eligible families and where they are.
Because most likely if they're receiving any form of social services, even if it's just Medicaid, they will probably be eligible for our program. So I know they won't give us names anymore. Like 5 years ago, they used to give us the name. Now they will give us locations according to zip code, just because the HIPAA laws won't let them give us names anymore. So they at least tell us in the 23222 how many families they receive services. So we would know if that number increased or decreased from the last couple of years. That's just one way for us to tell.
Need a motion to affirm. Affirm.
That we received training. I move that we affirm that we received our Head Start governance training.
It's been moved by Ms. Owen and seconded by Ms. First to reaffirm the Head Start training. Any discussion? Call the question?
Ms. Gibson,
Yes.
Mr. Young,
Aye.
Dr. Sapini,
Yes.
Ms. Cosby,
Yes.
Ms. Burke,
Yes.
Ms. Owen,
Yes.
Ms. Stewart, Ms. Page.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0. The next item is 4.04, receive a legislative update.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight we have a revised legislative agenda for you to review to help guide our state legislative efforts for the 2020 session of the Virginia General Assembly. This revision has been prepared based on feedback from the board, our ad hoc legislative committee chaired by Ms. Gibson, our team, as well as Superintendent Cameras, Matthew, as well as some board members also attended Richmond City's Legislative Summit last week, and we're encouraged by the support and desire for collaboration expressed by our city's other elected officials on advocacy for state education funding. We will continue to work with the legislative committee in the coming weeks and have some meetings scheduled so that we can collaborate with other stakeholders and engage our community in this process. This Thursday, I want to note, is also a meeting of the Education Compact, where we will be presenting this agenda to the body and also hearing more from the city about the legislative priorities they have that support our students and families. We hope you are able to attend. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Matthew to review our current plan.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Good evening, Chair on the page, members of the school board, Superintendent Cameras. As Dr. Harris mentioned, we have continued to revise the legislative agenda in alignment with our strategic plan. We had great conversation at the legislative committee last week, further exploring other topics that we would possibly like to prioritize. We also discussed at the committee just a little bit more about our process. We discussed the timeline moving forward for the legislative committee to continue to prepare the legislative agenda for your eventual adoption. We're aiming for that to happen in early November. And I will also comment that we discussed one other item that we'll be adding to the actual legislative agenda, and that will be an appendix of policy positions. Last year we did such a thing when we adopted the legislative agenda. We took prior positions of the school board and also attached them. We're going to spend a bit more time with the legislative committee doing that work this year and looking at any types of other legislation that we would like to take a proactive position on. Then when we get into the legislative session, we will be providing updated tracking reports that notate any legislation that's been introduced along with the adopted positions of the school board. As Dr. Harris also mentioned, at the legislative summit last week, City Council and state legislators were very encouraging of alignment with our agenda, and I had had further conversations with the mayor's office staff as well as the City Council staff to make sure that we are providing some aligning language within the city's legislative agenda as well, so that we ensure that legislators at the state level can see the collaboration, and that will hopefully provide more emphasis on really our vision within the city of Richmond with our Dreams for RPS strategic plan and the priorities that we have. agenda, and we've added some additional contextual information. I'm not going to go through all of them tonight, if that's all right. It's getting late. We'll go through those in more detail next week, and then I'll just direct you to the timeline on the last page that goes into more detail about exactly how we plan to proceed from here. I'm happy to take any questions or any feedback that you have on the plan at this time.
I just want to say, job well done, Matt. References in the committee hearing, but I really like how you aligned legislative priorities with Dreams for RPS. I think that makes a lot of sense, and I want to say job well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to thank you. I also appreciate the advocacy calendar. I think that's a level of organization that we didn't necessarily see in the past, but that's helpful to see, and I look forward to discussing this further with you and your team. Thank you.
Ms. Gibson?
I just wanted to know one question, and you might have brought this up, and I apologize, my brain is dying as it gets later in the evening. We discussed having some folks from the Commonwealth Institute come and Legal Aid Justice Center potentially. I just wanted to make sure that was.
Yes, the invitation has gone out to the Commonwealth Institute. I have not yet reached out to the Legal Justice Center, but we'll make that happen.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item. The next item is 1.5, receive reports from board members attending committee meetings and conferences. Do we have any reports from board members?
Any written reports? No. We've no written reports. I think in interest of time, if you have a written report, just remember that they're due monthly, so let's make sure we get those in. If you have anything really urgent that you need to share with the group as it relates to your committee meetings, let's talk about that now, but let's try and keep it brief and keep the superfluous information.
Yeah, 30 seconds, 30 seconds or less. The Ad hoc Legal Services Committee convened again immediately prior to this meeting, and anticipate receipt of some correspondence. It would take me a while so I think there's a consensus emerging around an opportunity to consider a few different alternatives relevant to this fiscal year. And if you will recall this regards our current legal services. We outsource with Harold Chambliss. But there's also, I think, some consensus emerging around the idea that we're going to come back to you in December when the board tasked us with come back with some ideas to consider, for this group to consider for some time in the future, either 2021 or 22. That's my trailer. That's a 30-second trailer to a 2-hour movie.
Ms. Cosby.
Just in response to that, also, before it's December, can we look at what was presented before for those additional savings that we had to go through? Look at what the administration had presented before December, so that we can go back and review. Okay.
Any
next month.
Yeah, I think we can do that as soon as, actually, if the group's successful, we can do that as soon as 2 weeks from today.
Okay, good, that's good, thank you.
Any other updates relevant to the group? Ms. Gibson?
I just have an agenda question. I was wondering which item the policy items are. Okay, great.
Any other board updates? Okay, let's just remember to get the written updates, and then 2 things that we can make sure that we cover in the next meeting is 1, fleshing out the scope of the, whatever that committee is, facilities committee, and 2 is the options as it relates to legal, at least for review. Next item?
The next item is to discuss policies 1-6
6.2 and 8-2.4.
Thank you. As it pertains to policy 1-2.2, that speaks to agenda preparation. This meeting, unfortunately, we didn't receive any material until Friday, and so in hopes to allow the community to be able to effectively be engaged in the process, I think it's important that we allow more time, and so to mimic language, I think elsewhere in our policy, I would like to propose that we, at our next meeting, that we vote to change that language to say 3 working days rather than just 3 days. That I think has typically been common practice in terms of the date that the agenda is released, and I think that would just add a bit more consistency and accountability to getting the agenda out at time.
Any comments, feedback? You all, is there consensus at the next meeting we can vote on a clarification of that policy?
It's a policy change, so you require 2 reads. And so you can't vote on it the next meeting unless you suspend your rules.
2 meetings from now.
If it's the consensus of the board to change the policy, if you would desire to bring it forth as a first read on the next meeting, that's something you can do, and second meeting you vote on it. But your policy is to have 2 reads.
Got it. So is it consensus of the board that we have a first review at the next meeting? Yeah. Okay, great. Ms. Gibson, can you just do us a favor and send us the proposed language just so that we can make sure that we have it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, so the second policy is policy, is, I believe, policy 8-2.4, which is specific to our,
Business days.
yes, as it's, which is related to our attendance agenda, our attendance policy. As a parent, I've experienced kind of getting some mixed messages that don't fully align with the policy as it is stated, and so I just wanted to have a full discussion on that.
Mr. Hughes.
Yes, how are you? Good. Well, good evening. Vice Chair Dorr, Superintendent Cameras, school board members. Ms. Gibson, first of all, I want to thank you for raising this issue, and I appreciate the opportunity to address your concerns. First, the communication that was sent out by our principal at Green to his stakeholders contained one significant error. Specifically, our attendance policy does not denote a number of parties equal an absence. So in the past, the policy actually said that 5 parties equals 1 absence, and that is no longer true. We removed that from the attendance policy last year. And I will work with the principal to ensure that proper communication is sent out this week. Now, I want to talk about our current attendance policy. What our policy does not clearly state is when an unexcused tardy becomes an unexcused absence. It was stated in the letter to the Green community that the message communicated by the principal was a change to school board policy. It is our belief that the guidance that was provided to all of our principals around the matter of unexcused tardies was an administrative clarification put in place to effectively implement school board policy. Our current school board policy specifically states that a student must be more than 30 minutes late to school or leave 30 or more minutes early without an excuse to be marked tardy. Because of this very broad time frame, a student who arrives to school 31 minutes late or 3 hours and 31 minutes late without an excuse are both considered to have unexcused tardiness. I think we can all agree that this seems problematic. Additionally, the current policy states
that the school board believes that for students to benefit from instruction, the student must be present at the time instruction is scheduled to start and remain in school for the entirety of the school day. We know the value that the school board places on students being in school, and of course the administration shares the same value. Therefore, to effectively implement board policy, we established an administrative clarification which gave parameters for which unexcused tardies would become an unexcused absence. Please note again that we are only talking about unexcused time. Any religious observations, dental appointment, doctor appointments, legitimate illnesses, all of this time is not counted as unexcused time missed from school. And I will pause there and field questions.
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Harry, for the clarification on how this evolved. Can you give us a little bit more insight about the administrative clarification, the policy that was put in place? What guidance was provided about when an absence becomes a tardy?
Sure. I actually want to take you back to last school year. When we were adopting our new attendance policy, there was concern that some of our high school students arrived late to class. They're high school students. Sometimes they spend a little bit extra time talking to their friends. And we were trying to figure out, and I say we, the high school principals and myself, were trying to determine what is the appropriate amount of minutes a child should spend in a 94-minute class to say that that child had exposure and access to academic content. And we batted around certain times. What we realized is, sure, you cannot have a high school student come to class 30 minutes late, miss 1/3 of instruction, and we can say we are honest, that we can be honest, we can honestly say that we are not preparing that child for instruction, allowing students to arrive late every day. So at the high school, what we determined was that a student should be in class for a minimum of 80% of the time. So in a 94-minute block, I believe that comes out to 74 minutes. We just extended that 80% mark and brought it down to the middle school and high school. So being in school 80% of the time in middle school and high school means that you need to come to school within the first 1 hour and 20 minutes of the official start time of school. If you come to school anytime after 1 hour and 20 minutes, what we are saying is that you are now missing 20% or greater of the school day. Hence, if you come to school 1 hour and 25 minutes late without a valid excuse, that is an unexcused tardy. At that point, it should become an absence because you've missed so much of the school day.
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you. So I guess part of what concerns me here is the types of incentives we might create. So if a high schooler sleeps in an extra hour and 21 minutes, and they realize that they're not going to hit that threshold, and then they understand they're not going to get credit for the day anyway. I hate for them to think that they shouldn't attend at that point, or that any parent of a child should think, well, if I can't get a student in by that time, then why bring them in at all? Is there any ability to do a partial absence calculation or something along those lines?
Sure. So we're talking specific about high school.
Okay.
Two things I want to flag. First of all, again, this is if you come to school with an unexcused tardy.
Right.
So if you come to school with a legitimate reason, you had a doctor's appointment in the morning, the tardy will be excused. And then at the high school level, we have to remember that attendance is actually taken every class period. So a student who, say, decides for whatever reason he or she doesn't want to attend Art 2, yes, they would get credit for being present at the other 3 classes, assuming they attend. So there's always incentive to attend your high school classes because attendance is taken at the beginning of each period.
Right. So this is with regard to elementary and middle then?
Yes.
Okay. So is there any thought about whether we can do a partial absence approach there as opposed to a full day?
Well, I think, first of all, let me say that I am confident that this is a very small problem in RPS. That we rarely have students who are coming to school this late without a valid excuse. And what I would say to the principals, and what we have communicated to our principals is, we should be having one-off conversations with our parents to figure out what we can do to fully support them in getting their child to come to school every day on time.
Mr. Young.
No, I was just gonna speak to high school. I mean, look, Harry and I, we had a conversation on Saturday about this, and he will recall we met at Starbucks a year ago, something like that. I had real reservations about the attendance plan, and was contemplating voting no because it didn't address this very issue, and Harry assured me that he was going to consult with who he should consult with, all of our CEOs, all of our building leaders, and he did that. I understand that there was a snafu relevant to the communication, but look, I mean, for me, students have got to be in class. That's just, I'll just leave it with that. Students have got to be in class. You can't learn it if you're not in class.
Gibson?
Thank you. So from my perspective, you know, I don't know that it's necessary for us to debate the pros and cons of the policy itself, but rather, I think that from my perspective, this is absolutely language that should be in our board policy, and so I think it's remiss that the board did not engage in a discussion as to the merits of the policy, so that this new language could be included in the policy along with everything else. The attendance policy on all of the websites specifically reflects and says language as adopted by the board, and for some reason there's a whole policy apparently on there. It says this is the policy as adopted by the board in June 2014. So the notion that we can just create an administrative policy that's not adopted by the board does not follow precedent, and I don't know that it is a precedent that we want to create. We want to have a policy that is very clear for all parents as to what constitutes a tardy versus what constitutes an absence, how many absences you can have. It should be very clearly defined in our board policy, and my hope is that if this is a policy change that the administration would like to make, that the administration presents updated language and we go through the policy procedures to revise the language as appropriate.
Okay. Well, again, I did believe that I was just making an administrative clarification. However, I will defer to our school board attorneys on whether I indeed changed policy accidentally or it was a clarification. If it is found that I changed policy, I do apologize. I would be more than happy to bring language to the school board at our next meeting for discussion.
I think that sounds like a good next step.
All right. Thank you all so much.
Next item. The next item is 5.03. Receive agreements for RPS. The JCC update. Oh, I'm sorry. The JCT update.
Good evening, everyone. I
Did
will.
we, sorry to interrupt. Did we do the transfer RPS accreditation? Yeah, sorry. Okay, so it is receive agreements for RPS update on goal 1 accreditation. But not the No, that's true.
Good
evening, Vice Chair Dorr, Superintendent Cameras, board members. As Mr. Cameras wrote to you a couple weeks ago, we received our accreditation results from the previous school year. And the good news is we have increased just by one. 2 schools earned accreditation, 1 missed accreditation just by 1 indicator. I want to explain to you, just tonight I want to recap the state accreditation model and share with you the more specific results based on indicators and level by school. So just to recap, the state accreditation model, this is the 2nd year of this model being implemented, and it measures school quality across 3 areas. Each of these areas has specific quality indicators within it, and each of those quality indicators receive a level, 1, 2, and 3, or a green, yellow, red, and the sum of each of those levels gives you an ultimate accreditation rating. So the first and largest area is student achievement, and we look at both overall proficiency as well as student growth in reading and writing. This means students who do not earn proficiency but make growth on the assessment, say from 3rd grade to 4th grade, that counts in these schools' overall score for student achievement. We call that the combined rate, and I'll talk about that in just a minute a bit more. We also look at overall proficiency in science. The reason there's not growth accounted for in science is at each level, elementary, middle, and high. In elementary and middle, it's only 1 grade level that tests in science. As a high school, they are as a course-specific exam, so it's hard to measure growth over a content area like science. The second area is looking at achievement gaps, and this is not gaps compared across groups. This really just looks at the achievement rates for each student subpopulation. And so students in each subgroup need to meet a certain level of proficiency in order for a school to be yellow or green. If students in, for example, 2 or more subgroups do not meet basic proficiency, then that is rated red. So this is not looking at a gap between, say, economically disadvantaged students and white students. This looks at all the subgroups and looks at proficiency. And then third is student engagement, and this is looking at chronic absenteeism for all levels, and then for high school only, the graduation completion index and the dropout rate. And coming in 2021 will be the college career civic readiness measure, which we can look to in the future. Just to give a recap of how, if you're a visual learner, in terms of each of these 3 buckets ultimately give us a red, yellow, and green. And again, schools can, in order to earn accreditation, you can have as many yellows or greens if you as you like, but no level 3s. So any school with level 1 and level 2 indicators earns accredited. Any school with level 1 and 2 and as few as 1 red earn accredited with conditions. So for achievement, looking at English, the combined rate, in order to gain a level green, you have to be 75% proficient. And proficient means it also counts students who made adequate growth, or you have decreased the failure rate from the previous year if you're at a certain level. So schools can earn a level 1 by either having students, 75% of students having met proficiency and or made adequate growth, or they have decreased the failure rate by 10%. Let me give you an example. If the prior year in English a school had a 70%, they would be yellow or level 2. And the failure rate would be 30%. So 10% of 30 is the failure rate, 10% is 3. So that means the following year they could earn level 1 by only having 73%. You can do quick simple math there. It took me a while to figure that out, get that down. I won't go through each of these indicators one by one, but the general premise is the same for math. The cut score is at 70 instead of 75%. For high schools, for math,
The only difference between high schools and elementary schools in terms of math achievement is that high schools do not get the benefit of students who've made adequate growth. Again, it's not typically apples to apples comparing, say, algebra 1 versus geometry. So you don't get the growth measure there. And then we've talked about science as well. Just another visual for the combined rate. As I shared, schools, their total achievement rate includes both students who were proficient or who made adequate growth. And so out of a group of 10 students, if you had 6 students who were proficient, those are students in green on the right here, and you had, of those remaining 4, 1 student made adequate growth year over year. And then you also had an English language learner who maybe didn't demonstrate proficiency on the SOL, but demonstrated progress on the Access 2.0. That also counts. And so if you total these proficiency plus growth, you have 8 out of 10, so your rate is 80%. Does that make sense to folks? Achievement gaps. So similar to what I explained, again, this is not comparing groups across groups. It is how many student groups are at certain achievement levels. So the way to think about this is if you are a level 1 in the English achievement gap, that means all of your subgroups are at a level 1 except for 1 can be at a level 2. That means all of your students are performing at a level 1 with the exception of 1 group. If you're at a level 2, it means all of your student subgroups are performing at a level 1 except for 2 groups. And if you're at a level 3, it means 2 or more of your student groups are performing at a level 3 in English. Going back to the chart we just went through. Same process for math. Same exact process for math here. And then third, in terms of indicators on student engagement, chronic absenteeism is the universal measure here across all grades. And then the GCI and dropout rate. And again, the specific cut points here are unique to the measure. Schools get credit both for the absolute number as well as reduction over time. So how this all translates into ratings, basically, despite the complexity that we just went through, at the end of the day, it's pretty simple. If you have every indicator at a level 1 or a level 2, you are fully accredited. So all yellows and greens, you're fully accredited. And if you have 1 or more level 3s or reds, you are accredited with conditions. You can be accredited with conditions with 1 red indicator or 5 red indicators. The accreditation rating is the same. And then the third category, accreditation denied, is a specific category reserved for very unique situations. Just a couple of quick examples here as I shared to illustrate my point. Here you have a school, all greens and 1 red. So this is accredited with conditions. You have a school here that has mostly greens and a few yellows, no reds. That school is fully accredited. And here you have a school with multiple reds, some yellows, and just 1 green. And that school has the same rating as the school just before it. So when we talk with our principals about their accreditation ratings, it's really important that we get into the specific data that's unique to their school and their students, so they really understand the current achievement levels of their students. We provided in your presentation for each of our clusters a snapshot of how each school with their rating is and the levels of each indicator across the top. So if you look at the very first school, Barack Obama, that's an accredited school, and you'll see that they are green across all measures, which means they had a combination of absolute proficiency, including growth, or a reduction in failure rate for achievement levels, for example. you'll look, I want to flag one anomaly that might seem interesting is Fairfield Court, which is listed as accredited, but you'll see that there are mostly level 3s and 1 level 1. And that is because the state has had a waiver process where if a school was accredited for 3 full years, they then had another 3 years of automatic accreditation. So this current school year will be the last year of that waiver. Last year was we had another school last year on that waiver, which was Holton, and that was their last year. Those are the only 2 schools currently. There's only 1 school currently with that waiver for this year. That's cluster 1. I do want to call out, as you know, in each cluster we had 1 school gain accreditation for elementary, Westover Hills in cluster 1, and Miles Jones in cluster 2. So you'll see Miles Jones is accredited with a mix of level 2 and level 1 indicators. These are our middle school indicators. Unfortunately, you can see some patterns here across level 3 indicators. The good news is our absenteeism is solid. And then we have a greater mix across our high schools. We did see some gains with both John Marshall and Thomas Jefferson in terms of levels moving for science achievement. And we saw some movement for Armstrong based on their improvement or reduction of the failure rate for ELA. So the big question is, how are we going to move ourselves forward, and what are the big efforts this year to support our schools in their work towards full accreditation? So there are a few supports that Harry and both my team and Harry's team are partnering around. The first big one is thoughtful data-guided instruction. It's really important that our principals deeply internalize this data, and this really can turn into data overload. And so the work of our teams is to ensure that our principals are deeply grounded, but that we're providing them tools and resources to see their data and make meaning of it as easily as possible. All principals are having a goal-setting meeting with the leadership, with Mr. Cameras, Mr. Hughes, myself, and our principal director starting this week to make sure that we're aligned on data-driven plans that we align on what success looks like. Even if you're a school that has several level red indicators, we want to believe that progress can be made, and so we want to align on that, even if they cannot all turn green overnight. Our principal directors are reviewing school level data in a deeper way with their principals on a quarterly basis and determining what supports are necessary. And then both Mr. Hughes and myself, our teams are working with our high schools to ensure that seniors' progress to graduation is closely monitored on a monthly basis, and to make sure we're intervening immediately when we see students in jeopardy of failing to meet graduation requirements. So we've begun that work already. The second big headline is reworking our ELA vision. One of our big pieces of work in our strategic plan is to adopt new math and ELA curricula, but we did not want to wait. And so as part of that, we've been working with our principals and teachers to roll out very clear expectations for literacy instruction and aligning our curriculum, our tools, and professional development. A few highlights of what we've reinforced this year consistently across the division is that we must teach phonics in every K-2 classroom. That guided reading, which is individual leveled small group instruction, occurs daily in K-5 classrooms. In our 3-5 classrooms, adding an element called close reading, which is repeated reading that requires deep analysis of text that increases in complexity over the course of the week. This is the type of sort of moving students from basic comprehension to analysis and writing across texts, which is starting in 3rd grade. I got to train on that myself. I trained our teachers on that, and it was very fun. making sure that our teachers and principals and all of our leaders are effectively implementing grade level standards aligned curricula and you know, sort of not having massive levels of inconsistency of what is being taught in our classrooms, but really asking teachers and supporting teachers and following the curricula. And then lastly, we purchased read aloud texts that were aligned to critical reading skills and student interest for every K-5 classroom. So those are some steps in the right direction, utilizing the curriculum that had already been adopted. We found that in K-5, the division had invested significant funds in a curricula that was very inconsistently used, and teachers and principals all throughout last year really asked for better clarity and more robust guidance on what the elementary literacy block should look like, and we took that charge, and we are on our path there. And at the secondary level, we revised our pacing guides. We don't provide yet comprehensive curriculum at the secondary level, but we do provide pacing guides that include anchor texts, which are novels that are aligned to units that were developed by our teacher leaders. I'm wildly excited about this. For the first time that anyone within the division instructional team can recall, all of our, in grades 6 through 12, all of our students will read at least 4 novels across the division, regardless of who their teacher is. So students will read The Great Gatsby, they will read The Color Purple, they will read Night by Elie Wiesel. They will, and you know, just to name a few, just really exciting texts that combine both the canon, but also relevant culturally responsive literature. And we've purchased those novels for every 6th grade, 6 through 12 classroom. And I know that came up during the budget season as a very important priority. And we're very excited that we were able to make that happen. A couple other quick things. We've expanded our math pilot. And with our teacher leaders, we've developed RPS Math 1.0. An SOL-aligned version of last year's math pilot, and we're supporting teachers with implementation this year. Teachers receive full curriculum materials on a quarterly basis, units, lessons, assessments, and student consumables. So teachers are not having to spend their time copying or creating problem sets for students. Teachers spend their time focusing on customizing their lessons, not creating them from scratch. This is not in any way designed to be a follow the script curricula. Rather, it is to align what it is that students learn and to provide teachers the supports to what grade level standards aligned instruction looks like. All of our professional learning days are aligned to the curriculum and the major changes in the new Virginia math standards, including a deep focus on conceptual understanding. And then lastly, we've made sure that teachers have the math manipulatives in their classroom that align to the curriculum. And finally, student interventions. One of the other big pushes is, as I shared last year, the student supports, tutoring, etc. that was provided was wildly variable across campus and was not always tied to research-based interventions or tied to specific data points. And so we have launched an RTI model that is across our schools, which means we have very specific supports for students based on data. We work with principals to develop schedules that allow those supports to happen without pulling students out of core instruction. And we have a plan in place utilizing our school-based staff and our support team to monitor data throughout the year. And continuing our work with our professional learning days, we continue to utilize our teacher leaders for session design and facilitation. The sessions are on standards and curricula, not sort of random topics that teachers may or may not be interested in, and focusing on improving the logistics and operations for these days. Our next one is October 14th, if you want to swing by and check it out. That's our plan.
Mr. Young? First, I appreciated Tracy you looking at me when you referenced it's not meant to be a teach to the script. How are we actually communicating that to the teachers? So I understand it's one thing to say it, but then how are we actually reinforcing that message, but they do have latitude within what you just spoke to.
Well, I mean, ultimately, the principal in the building is the key person to reinforcing and following up on instructional planning expectations. And I would see it as just as much a travesty if I walk into a classroom where it's what we call parking lot planning, where it's obvious that you sort of just picked up the book and read from the lesson. That's just as bad as sort of making up something from scratch that hasn't been as well thought out or as aligned. So we've talked a lot with principals around what we call lesson intellectual preparation and customization. And we provided, during our August professional development days, we provided initial templates and suggestions that teachers and principals could use to go through what we call the customization process. And throughout the last month, we've been norming with our principal directors and our principals, reinforcing that collaborative planning meetings are really meant. Teachers sort of come to those meetings having read through the curricula and the lessons, and then go through the planning work in terms of customization. So that's how we're reinforcing it. But at the end of the day, we need to work with our principals to make sure the spirit is honored in whatever the day-to-day requirements are at the campus level.
If I may, I'll be more direct. I stood in front of all the principals at the beginning of the school year. We have many witnesses, and I was exceedingly clear about not wanting to see that, and even offered, and I am still planning to do this, to model, at least for mathematics, what we hope to see. My reading instructional skills are a little bit rustier, but I'm looking forward to doing that for now.
Thank you, Dr. L. I have been talking with teachers, and so I've gotten some feedback, and I've gotten some varied feedback. One concern was about the read aloud books that were purchased. And in one of my schools, I was told that those were the only books they could use for reading aloud. Now, is that the expectation?
There is a 10-minute block, 10-minute period during the read aloud block that is for an explicit purpose for literacy instruction, which is to model fluent reading. It is to model and demonstrate a metacognitive reading strategy and to reinforce the joy of reading. So those books were chosen for that purpose. We do have some teachers that have their favorite books that they like to read and want to read purely for fun and joy. And we certainly would not say do not do that, but that cannot replace the direct instruction that needs to happen around modeling a metacognitive strategy aligned to the unit.
Because I noticed that we're talking about student interest.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's a really important thing. And sometimes a student is interested in something that may not be that metacognitive book. Now, is it also true that if they want to read a different book, they have to ask for it, they have to ask permission from your team and give you a month's lead time to respond?
No, I've not heard of that. I think that's
one of those myths.
So here's what I'll say. Look, whenever you're asking folks to do something different, there's always a change management process. Right. And at the end of the day, in every single curriculum development project that I've led, I know two things to be true. Number one, it is our job as a school division to provide a high quality, vertically aligned, guaranteed curriculum for children, regardless of the classroom or school in which they happen to be in any given year. That is not the same as teacher proofing. It is not the same as trying to constrict teacher autonomy. But we've created a situation where anything goes. And when you go into our classrooms and you spent the year that we did and the type of instruction you see, when I have to think about, we need to be much more clear and specific about the minimum expectations outlined in a standards aligned curriculum. I'll also say that it is the #1 action item in our corrective action plan. So I do know I've spoken personally with teachers who have their go-to books that they love, and those books may or may not be appropriate for a specific metacognitive skill. I would say that if a teacher has everything else figured out and they have free time on their hands and they feel that strongly and they want to go sit down with their reading coach or their principal, I'd encourage them to have that conversation with their building leader. But in no way is there some pre-approval process. But I will say that we've been clear that out of a 150-minute literacy block, 10 minutes of read aloud based on these books have been scoped and sequenced by our teacher leaders to ensure that all of our students have the experience of learning the right skill at the right time based on that one portion, 10 minutes out of the 150-minute reading block. And I'd be happy to talk directly with teachers if they have a concern about that and visit their classroom and partner with them to see if that is the most important instructional area to be concerned about.
Ms. Totsky.
Thank you, and thank you for the explanation. And I'm really curious. Well, one, I'm going to say I'm very happy that we are incorporating phonics in our reading. I know that was a big thing that we talked about when we first came on board, and we were talking about direct instruction and just the need for it. So I'm happy that that is now in place. One. Second, though, I do want to know for those schools. So I went through the list, and I just looked at the schools that had 2 or more red levels for the red indicators. So we have 19 for those schools, 2 or more, and we have 9 schools with 5 or more levels. Red level. For those 9 schools with the 5 indicators all red. So what are we doing in addition to support those schools? Those, we have 19 with 2 or more, but 9 with 5.
So I love that question. I think the first thing we're doing is making sure that our teams are focused on implementing the foundational efforts that we've set in place. And that means making sure that first making sure we have the right principal in the building, which there was a lot of work done last year to make sure that that's true. I cannot emphasize how important of a lever that is, even though that was done months ago. The second is putting in place clear curricula and instructional expectations for what happens during the school day. The third is establishing a true response to intervention framework. And my teams know that their priority is to support implementation of those efforts at those schools. So I know it's tempting to think first about what more, and we do have more to do for those schools. And in our goal setting conversations, that's the conversation that we'll be having with principals and their principal director is, what are those more that you need? I do not want the what more to overshadow the foundational strategy. I believe deeply, as Harry and I've talked a lot about this, the way we're going to move reading achievement is to ensure that every student is getting high quality, rigorous reading instruction every single day. And the students who have gaps are getting strategic interventions every single day. So the combination, first starting there, and then as we do our goal setting meetings with each of those schools, having those principals and principal directors identify what the more is. So I wouldn't be able to tell you for each 9, because it's probably a different answer for every 9 of those schools.
Thank you. I would like, once you all have these conversations, and that there's another question. So what is the time frame for having these goal setting meetings with our building level administrators? One, and then second, I would like that if there is the more, in addition to making sure there's the fidelity to the foundational structure and the infrastructure and all that good stuff, that we do get some information, this board is able to look at some information to figure out how we can help to support the more.
Sure.
First, to answer the question about the goal, around the goal setting meetings will start this Thursday and will run until about mid-November. And during that time frame, we want to take the opportunity to meet with every single one of our principals. Principals have been given a data worksheet to complete where they will articulate their school goals to us in alignment with what they need, what needs to happen this year for them to move either for them to get to accreditation or move closer towards accreditation on a 2 to 3 year time frame.
You have a follow-up question, Ms. Busby?
Yeah, I do.
And then Mr. Barlow, and then Mr. Young.
Very quickly, so when, I know that our accreditation score ratings came out last week, but when did our principals know about this? When did, or central law, I mean, when we, because the information was embargoed.
Correct.
You know, so I just want to know when.
Yeah, principals, I believe that we could not share the detailed level of data with principals until the data came out 2 weeks ago. Right? It would be great if we have raw score data, which I think we shared some time ago. So principals have raw score data, which we've encouraged them to be thinking about and not waiting for accreditation. Again, I think the raw score data, to me as a principal, is much more helpful than the accreditation side. But knowing that that's a very pressure-filled public lens of your school, I know that principals really also want to see the numbers when they run accreditation as well.
Thank you for that. Not just, I asked that question because while I appreciate that we're going to have these conversations ASAP, I do think going into mid-November, we're getting further along into the school year, and then realistically, what can be impacted. So I'm very conscious of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Epp, for the update. This is certainly is helpful to see how all this is calculated. And but I was struck by one of the lines in the presentation, which I think is important, which is being deeply cognizant of and working to guard against death by data. Recognizing that we don't have so much control over the accreditation process, but we still are supposed to be accredited, and how much reliance there is on these standardized tests. How do we guard against death by data? I mean, it seems even what we voted on earlier was a matter of a collection of data points that we're using to assess the school district. I know that we've got our relationship with the state, and they want to collect a lot of data and information as well. And of course, we've got the SOL regime on top of everything. So how do we go about doing that to make sure that we are using data wisely, but not causing that death?
Well, I think we have a long way to go as a division around our assessment and data strategy outside of external assessments. For example, there are assessments that we give where we haven't given over the years very clear guidance on exactly how to utilize data. So one of the things that we're doing is with any assessment that we do give universally, we've developed sort of one-page documents that are guides for principals around how should you use this data with links to reports. So for example, we give the MAP assessment, which measures student growth at the beginning, middle, and end of the year. And it can provide a lot of data, but it can also be a rabbit hole. And so one of the very first things we did this year is create a one-pager for principals on very, if they're the top 3 reports you should look at, they're these reports. So that's what we're beginning in earnest with any kind of assessment that we require and give universally. The second, as it relates to this accreditation data and state testing results, we've created a couple of different at-a-glance reporting templates that we are filling the data with, and that principals can then look at a glance, and then they can then do the analysis rather than having to gather all the data themselves. And I think the third thing is we're focusing on teaching and learning instruction as the input, and data as the information about how students learned and what do we need to do next. But we're not in a position to have weekly data or bi-weekly data. In fact, despite the fact that I know we need a common system of, say, interim assessments more frequently, I did not feel we were ready to do that this year. So we have a half step where we will have data to report to ourselves and the board, but we're not just sort of requiring tests just to have more data. We tried to really be thoughtful about what tests can we remove so that principals use the data they have. So that's some of the things we're looking at with our assessment strategy. I'd be happy to share with you an example of one of these one-pagers.
Sure, thank you.
Mr. Young, and then Ms. Burke. Ms. Burke?
I have two questions. Number one, when you shared that students who, in reference to Ms. Cosby's question, the students that are struggling academically or trying to catch up, do we have push-ins or are they pulled out during the instructional time?
We have push-ins and dedicated intervention time. That's what's supposed to happen. And we've been very clear about that. So if you're seeing something else, you should let me know so we can support that school with their scheduling efforts. So, for example, in the elementary level, during the reading instruction, there is a small group rotation that is supposed to be based on your instructional level. So not your grade level, but your current reading level through guided reading. That week, and then students also have a rotation on a personalized program, typically called iReady or Dreambox. And then, so that's during the instructional block. And then there's a dedicated, every grade level has a dedicated intervention block where the reading specialist, the Title I reading teacher, our reading specialist, or the literacy lab tutors, or other tutors students are grouped by what they need, and then they're getting that additional small group intervention based on their specific needs.
And the reason I ask that is so often the students that are pulled out during instructional time get piecemeal lessons.
Absolutely.
So I'm glad to hear there should be a guided time per se for that tutoring or whatever to take place. My other question is, I want to make sure I understood correctly. Thank you for taking away so many tests, assessments, but last year we had, what was the math program? We had citywide assessments that were the same.
SGAs.
So are we continuing with that as well as reading? Is there something in place for that?
So we have, I think there's two main data points. There's the math assessment, which we give beginning, middle, and end, which gives us our students making growth, but also it does give a correlation with how they're doing on the SOLs. It's imperfect because that's not the purpose of that assessment. And then the second is what's called an SGA, which is produced by it's created by our Power School, and we give that twice a year. And those mimic the SOL assessments. Where we want to get to as a division is to be able to pull that back and create curriculum-based assessments. So, for example, every unit-based sort of formative assessments that teachers give around the same time. But we want to be thoughtful because it's my understanding that, and I've seen divisions do this, but this division used to have interims. It was highly frustrational to teachers. It was a source of frustration to teachers. Certainly had mixed reviews from what I've understood. It does take a lot of effort to develop effective assessments that don't just create test-driven cultures. So I do believe we need curriculum-aligned assessments on a common interim period. But to do that thoughtfully, I imagine we need one more year before we do that, and I'd like to be able to engage teachers in that process. But we do have a plan that we do have assessments this year that will provide us that data to know how we're trending.
Excellent, because it's great to see in comparison what's working in one school may work even better than another school. But you don't know until you have that data.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Quick question, just out of curiosity.
Those are not mandatory. They're dependent on teacher. Although we would certainly encourage teachers to put practices in place that encourage at-home reading, which I would hope a reading log does.
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This isn't specific to this agenda item, but I am curious to know, given that we are approaching 11 o'clock, whether we can push a couple of these remaining agenda items to the next meeting so we can move forward with the consent agenda in closed session. I think if we're borderline abusive employers by keeping folks to this list anyway, so.
So we have a JCT update, we have the application timeline for open enrollment. Is there anything else we have? Do we need to hear both of those items tonight?
No, I mean, JCT schools are looking good. Things still seem to be, sorry, I didn't mean to be funny. In budget, for the last conversation with Education Compact, the application timeline, I think the presentation speaks for itself. They're glad to talk in more depth at the next meeting. I think what's most salient is the timeline. That's all outlined there. Well, again, glad to go on depth at the next.
Does the attendance open enrollment have to, yeah, we can just move it if it's will of the board to move that all to the next item?
It doesn't require any board.
Doesn't require any board action tonight. Okay. And then the consent agenda, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Before you do, last year. Under the consent agenda, we do have a school board travel request from Mrs. Page. She wants to donate $300 to Summer Hill to purchase books, and I think
It's 250 for a legacy lunch where I want to sponsor in the list.
Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
All right, we're gonna add an additional $250 for Ms. Burke for the legacy brunch as well. For students at the legacy brunch at MLK. $250 for Ms. Burke and $250 for Ms. Cosby related to the legacy brunch.
So
Can I get a second?
I need to know Ms. Burke's school. What school? I'm doing
Say it again.
Why don't you, can you, follow up and get the details of Ms. Wilson's from the specific school? Yes, and make sure that you get them in before. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Mr. Barlow, can I get a second? Ms. Owen, it's been motioned by Mr. Barlow and seconded by Ms. Owen to approve the consent agenda as amended with Ms. Burke's $250 district activity request. Call the vote. Any discussion? Call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda. Ms. Gibson and Mr. Young abstain. Okay, next item is other informational.
Next item is other informational items, and under on board docs, there were documents for the Outlay Allen Trust, the school facility use update, and budget transfers for information only.
Okay, next item. New business.
Oh,
New business. Any new business? I noted, we'll follow up on the JCT update and the open enrollment update for next meeting. And Ms. Gibson will get us some notes about the 1.6.2 policy. We'll get a report from our legal ad hoc committee and the scope of the facilities. Next item.
Pursuant to, I'm sorry.
Now, any announcements? Next item.
Pursuant to section 2.2-3711, subsection A, subsection 1, and subsection 7 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended, I move that the school board of the city of Richmond convene in closed session to discuss the performance of specific school board employees and for consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual litigation in employee matter number 2018-04.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?